horribly wrong, it looks like. I'm really sorry. So it looks like I've lost my manual, though. Oh, no, it's back. Okay. So yeah, I was busy insulting Valiant Cheese. So one, I like the fact that Cheese is going to be a Velox because Valiant Cheese is the author of Hive Time, so it seems like an appropriate race. This was not intentional, but also I kind of think that Velox are. I think Velox might be the Mantis in FTL. So we will call you. Okay, I'm just going to call you Nav Cheese. So navigation is a fairly important trait. The game recommends that you get it up to 200. So I just don't remember. The learning rate is 6. And I am not even remotely ready to do any kind of math right. Wait, where'd my phone go anyway? Okay, maybe I'm going to have to do math. Oh, right, it's charging. So you need 150 divided by 6, 25. There we go. So that, and this is based off of a recommendation that appears in the manual, which I haven't done. So in this case, we're paying for training. Okay. And thank you for everybody for putting up with me on this. So our third is going to be the engineer. And I believe Miss Ariella nominated Olaf. So I don't think, as much as I would love to include the W for Olaf. Yeah, sadly I cannot include Ariella's unintentional W. So breathe the Valiant. But we do actually get to include, as long as we don't include the underscores, Olaf will be our engineer. Olaf doesn't get training, though. So moving up, we are going to do 2 Eloan. Oh, that's right. Cheeseness. Can I adjust a name? I can't. Sorry. Yeah, that's a really good point, Valiant Cheese. And I would actually, under normal circumstances, I would change it, but you lose the money for training. So if I delete your character, if I delete your character, I actually lose money at a time I can't really afford that. So that's my bad. Okay. So I'm going to have 2 plant people. The yellow one. I feel, even though they're not present, we've got communications and medicine. Okay. Does anybody want to be the communications officer? I don't want to spend too much more time on this, but I'll give people a chance to participate. I know we've got Night Valian, Ed Baver, Choco Limit. I know there's also probably a bunch of people I've lost just because it's taken me a really long time to get into the game, but okay. Who's a good communicator? I don't want to use Greek names. I always use Greek names. Okay. This isn't any better, but Tree Cicero. And I feel even though they're not present on the Tree Beard would have been a good one. Dr. Sin. I figure Eyes of Sin would be a good would be a I feel like if we're gonna have plant people in the game, Eyes of Sin is the best option. Okay, so we've got our crew now. We will be training actually, hang on. I guess I still have a little bit of training left over. So Ariella is going to get more of the smart. So Ariella is now 122 at science. So that learning rate basically, lower learning rate means you're spending more money. You can also hire androids, but I don't believe androids can be improved. So they're inexpensive. They're decent replacements, but they're never going to excel. So I'm a big fan of the context prefix gag, regardless of how many people think that B. Freddie Mercury isn't funny. Um, I wasn't even thinking of that actually when I did Tree Cicero, but I'm glad that found an unintentional home. So what I didn't realize in this game, I thought the captain was a separate role, but you actually kind of so actually maybe you just have a standalone captain, but it feels like you don't need it. So in this case, I'm gonna make Ariella the captain. Maybe you do need a dedicated captain, but there isn't like a trait specific for the captain, I guess. In this case, I usually make the human the captain because while they're only excellent in one field, they're like good at everything else. So my science officer would most likely be the one that I sort of train to be shepherd, to be awesome at everything. And then everybody kind of knows their role. There's a specific reason why for some reason, this looks like olfactory to me. So we already took a visit to the bank. If we wanted to buy more fuel or we wanted to sell stuff, we could do it in the trade depot. But we are finally ready to go out into space. Caution, pressurized area. Standard airlock procedures apply. Ship computer activated. Pre-launch procedure complete. Standing by to initiate launch. So like I said, basically this game just comes down to arrow keys and the enter key, sometimes space. But basically it's a very simple control scheme. So we'll go to the navigator, or no, it's not the navigator, it's the captain, I believe, to launch. Forgot to do what? Ready to launch? Yes. Request security code for Mars, Crystal Obe, and Mysterians. Now, I noticed that the GOG password generator will sometimes have slightly different names for things, but I've never been so confused I get it wrong. So for instance, this one, it's Mysterian rather than Mysterions, but... Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't see I don't seem to have gotten the host notification. Kite, my God, man. I'm so happy to see you. Guys, Kite is another streamer I'm a massive fan of. Incredibly community spirited, both on stream and off stream. One of the nicest people that I've met, alongside with Miss Ariella, of course. But Kite, occasionally I don't get a chance to say hello to because he is busy making the world a better place in the real world. And in fact, Kite is the sort of person who also would say nice things to me while I was sweating and panting and hating the world after doing Hit. He's an incredibly encouraging guy. He's got a really wonderful, like I said, community-oriented stream. He is probably one of the best streamers for doing co-op stuff that I've seen. And it is always a delight to have him in my channel, and it is always a delight to see him. So alongside Miss Ariella, alongside Valiant Cheese, these are some streamers who I think have a level of positivity that I sort of wish that I could maybe capture myself. And people who I'm definitely very fond of interacting with, be it in my own channel or be it theirs. And again, thank you for the host, Miss Ariella. I didn't get to see the. I don't know what's happening to my notifications, but I'll have to try and get that fixed. If any of you do wind up hosting and I don't acknowledge that, please just feel free to mention it. I definitely want to give credit where credit is due. Still not in the States. My God, Kai, I'm going to have a chat with you about what you've been up to. I'm assuming that you're putting down rebellions in the United States as territories, and you can't talk about that in public. But in any case, I hope you are well, and thank you so much for stopping by. We're playing a game that inspired Mass Effect. Okay, so we've entered in the code. Confirm yes. Are you sure? Better double check. Oh, I said crystal cone instead of crystal orb. Can't use the number pad. 7767. The amazing 3D graphics of star travel. Leaving starport clear, standing by to maneuver. So we're going to go to the bridge, talk to the navigator, maneuver. Leaving orbit, connecting system travel, outside orbital range. So there you have it. There's the arrow keys. So this is actually not a bad little layout, personally. So if you look in the top left-hand corner, you've got X and Y coordinates. It's a little hard to see that we're actually right here, this little dark dot in this section. So the game recommended that there would be some minerals on the innermost planet. That's where we're going to go right now. And if I want, I can basically just hit enter to go and access anything inside this menu. Navigator, nav cheese. But yeah, I mean, you can already kind of see, right, this whole system of where, when you get into a system, you have to kind of go and check out the planets. That's right in here. So we're going to move on. I've always thought that you see these little stars in the background just so that the game can give you confirmation that you're traveling. I'm trying to get to a point where I don't have a star on the screen, maybe something like that now. But there's a couple of times where you can be like, oh, am I actually moving? But anyways, we're on our way. So this is the thing I was dreading in terms of doing this stream, which is that it's obviously such a quiet game, except when you turn on the main screen and then you get yeah. This is one that I always struggle with. So when you get in the orbit of a system, the Genesis game seems to handle this completely differently. But you'll get this message, outside orbital range, standing by to orbit, press spacebar to orbit. If you hit an arrow instead, you move off the orbit. And then it's easy enough to get back, just hit spacebar. But I always keep forgetting to hit spacebar. So there's the planet. Now, from what I understand, this is a projection of the procedurally generated planet on here. And we're actually going to see that closer up. But one of the things that you can do, so we're going to go to the bridge and we're going to talk to our science officer. What was her name again? We use the sensors. So there's a few things that you want. I don't know if the mass really helps you out a lot here. There's no there's no life on the planet. And a rating of 23 for minerals. I think it's on a rate of 0 to 100. But it also tells us a few things. It tells us the atmosphere, hydrosphere, and lithosphere. So an ideal planet is temperate or tropical. It has less than 3 Gs for gravity. Ideal would be 0.7 to 1.3. It has to have oxygen in the atmosphere. It has to have at least minimal free water. No to moderate atmospheric activity. And then a higher biodensity and higher minerals are better for planets. So in this case here, we know that there's no oxygen in the atmosphere, so we couldn't recommend this for colonization. And then if we go to analysis, it's a planet, it's a rock surface, very low gravity. Does not say, we don't have any certainty for the atmospheric density. Now that's because Miss Ariella could be a better scientist, and so we don't necessarily get all of the information that we could on this planet. And then the temperature is searing to inferno, so in this case here, this wouldn't have been suitable for colonization for that reason as well. Although there's not any storms on the planet. This is going to be helpful for our exploration. Because the global weather, if you land on a stormy planet, you absolutely can have your crew members lost. But what we're going to do here, we're going to go to the captain. We're going to land. And now we get to see I guess this is it's weird. I'm assuming this is what's generated and then eventually projected onto the planet. But obviously, when we do projections, we think of maybe it is the other way around. Maybe they generate it as a sphere, and then because they did mention that they do a Mercator projection of things. But anyways, white is higher, blue is lower. The way that the entities are distributed, you'll find minerals in the high areas, and you will tend to find life along the equator and in the lower areas. But there's no the biodensity is 0. So in this case here, I'm just gonna kind of land in the middle of the high area, and we will descend. It definitely looks like it's got more going on than Hidden Stars. I don't think I know what. I don't know what Hidden Star is. Sorry, I'm possibly being stupid. Computing descent profile, autopilot engaged, descending. Look at that! Oh my god, it's just like No Man's Sky! So like, okay, like this is not blowing my mind, but like to be honest, like 1986, that's pretty cool. And that's so far as I can tell, that changes each planet. Now, I tend to land on a lot of rocky areas. But again, first game that these guys made. I think that's neat. But anyways, Captain, let's disembark. So, those of you who liked the first Mass Effect, Ariella, how many of you liked the Mako from the first game? I guess there was a comparable like hover version in Mass Effect 2. That was in like the DLC. But by the way, this game is real time. So if there was a storm going on, we'd be taking some damage right now. So if I want, I can take the map. It's hazy out, searing temperature, gravity 0.04. We already know the atmosphere, hydrosphere, water, terrain, gray, rock, and dirt. You only played a little bit of Mass Effect 1. You don't really remember anything of it. So there's a somewhat notorious sequence with this train vehicle where you like drive around and it's sort of bouncy and a little bit wild in terms of its movement. And you kind of run around the surface and you pick stuff up. And that was something that, you know, I kind of feel like it's fun to tool around in the thing, but I don't believe it's a beloved part of the game. But what we're going to do is basically the Mako bit. But on top of that, I actually feel that was something that they kept trying to perfect in the Mass Effect games. So the Mako isn't present in Mass Effect 2, but you actually get a mining system that's very similar to the way that the Genesis system does it. The Genesis one actually will give you these hot zones that you need to manually go out and mine. So it's different from what the PC game was. And the third game, I think they kind of went back a little bit more to the first one. They don't make you like land on the planet and like zip around in the vehicle. But it's kind of back to picking up packages basically. Now the thing is that I actually feel, and part of this is coming from the Kotaku article on what went wrong with Mass Effect Andromeda. And what you hear about Andromeda was for a very long period of time in its development, there was this ambition to have a very large number of procedurally generated planets. And that a large part of the game would be about finding a new home for humans. Now that's going to come up in this game too, but I don't want to talk about that yet. But that whole idea of, and again, I recommend that you just read the article, but there's this whole discussion about this idea of like going out to this vast number of generated worlds and exploring them and finding things and like driving around them. To a certain extent, you can kind of see how over the original trilogy, there's this big feature of Starflight here, which again, I haven't really shown a whole lot of, but we are going to be running around on it here, which was, again, clearly a very, very important game for Mass Effect. And you can see them trying to capture something that they did. But like in the end, the Mako in Mass Effect 1, you're fixed to a certain map. So it's basically kind of like the main like character sections, but you're in a vehicle as opposed to a building. But like you're kind of stuck to a box anyway, because, it's a game. You're going to have constraints. And I really feel like Andromeda was their effort to try and capture this part of the experience. And, obviously that didn't work out and they had to pull the ambition back. But it always makes me wonder what would have happened. Because again, like you can really see, right? You've got this source of passion. You've got this thing that potentially got these guys and girls into making these games and making Mass Effect. So you can see how this would be something that they would want to build on. The thing that they, the white whale of the experience that they never quite captured. And there's a side of me that wonders, like, what would have happened if the two, like, panned games, I think they were released roughly around the same time. If Hello Games and BioWare had united on the Planet Generation technology, and Andromeda had wound up being a bit closer to trying to capture the Mass Effect experience. It's a wonderful little thought experiment to see. And again, I don't mean to pile on Andromeda. I have not played it, and I have a feeling that it's probably better than people give it credit for. But it is just one of these wonderful what ifs, knowing and having played a little bit of this source material. Would it be HelloWare or BioGames? I'm not sure. Anyways, we got a couple of minerals that we can pick up here. You have a limited amount of fuel, and the higher the terrain, the harder it is to move. So I'm going to try and stick to these gray areas. But now I was caught off guard by this. So again, my first encounter had been the PlayStation game. So in this particular case here, you actually just pick stuff up off the ground, whereas in the Genesis one, which was released in 1991, again you scan the world to see if there is something to sort of pick up. But in this case here, we've got some chromium, so I'm going to grab that, and we're going to move on to the next pile. Andromeda is a very good game in your opinion. Not as good as the original trilogy, but you enjoyed a lot. I actually hear that a lot about that game, so that doesn't surprise me, Ed Baver. Thank you for sharing, because I know it's never cool to when everybody's hating on something, it's always fun to pile on, and it's sometimes hard to be the one who comes out and says, I actually thought it was fine. So it's kind of like me and Darkstar. I like Darkstar a lot. It's just life is short, and it's sometimes very hard to watch old, low-budget movies. Probably would have been better to have not put the Mass Effect name on it in hindsight. Yeah, I'm definitely going to play it at some point. But for now, I'm just going to keep picking up chromium. So what we want to take a look here is the energy. So it is incredibly bad if you run out of fuel, especially on the scorching planet. But like this will screw you up if you don't pay attention to what's going on here. We've got the coordinates, so if I want, I can make notes of like, okay, I had to leave a whole bunch of cool stuff in this area over here. We also notice that efficiency. So we're currently on some of the highest territory on the planet, and I will move into some of the gray area. And you can sort of see a small improvement in the efficiency. So, ideally I'd like to be on lower ground. Okay, it looks like there's a little bit up in the corner. We're at 80% fuel, so we're probably going to be fine, but I definitely don't want to get too greedy. Again, there's no expectation that we're going to find any creatures here. So essentially this is just a question of picking up as much metal as I can. And expectation management on a too big to fail property is insanely difficult to navigate. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, I don't know if No Man's Sky was too big to fail, but I know we've talked previously about the. I know you put a pretty heavy blame on Sony for not reining in some of the expectations on No Man's Sky, or at least benefiting from the raised expectations and maybe not necessarily being there when it turns south. I meant to go in the gray area, but I might need to consider heading back soon, but we'll try and make a little more progress. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. We'll head back. course, that is part of why I said that also. The Mass Effect trilogy set an insanely high bar for Andromeda. And as their publisher, Sony definitely should have supported Halo games better in that regard. The one thing I can say, like, I think it's fair to say as well that some of the backlash for Mass Effect was baked in. I think people overreacted to the ending of the original trilogy. So I think we tend, because Andromeda was basically a game that was not allowed to improve because it was just buried under a pile of gifts. I think we tend to forget that there was a very hostile reaction to the third and the Mass Effect trilogy as well. And so I do think to a certain extent, there was an audience that was kind of already spoiling for a fight. And so the fact that the game didn't necessarily do itself any favors as far as the animations and such were concerned. It's it's a tricky one. The low droning sound is not the most enjoyable. Sorry. If it gets too grating, like, please let me know, and I'll definitely consider sort of muting the game. It's the sound of my engine, I think, but I realize there's only so many sounds in this game, so I don't want to deny you all the feast for the senses that is Starflight. Sorry, I shouldn't be making this. Honestly, like, I am hard to please when it comes to old games. But I am actually very impressed by this. I also know how it ends, and it has got an absolute mind-blowing twist. I think it is such a cool twist. We haven't even introduced the parts of the game that make that a cool twist. But I did see a summary of the story, and like when I read it, I was like, "What? Oh my god, this is so cool!" So. Your Mass Effect literacy is very low, but you recall grumbles when the third game came out. Now that you mention it, I could imagine that predisposing some people towards putting their internet angry man hat on for Andromeda. And Ed Baver, I never really understood the issues people gave with the MA3 ending. How do you end that, honestly? Yeah, I mean, I think people were expecting this bespoke ending. And again, I don't know what the expectations that BioWare had created were. I might be a little short on energy because we are going to have to go through the high ground for it. The big thing for me is I can only speak to my own experience of playing the trilogy. And not only when I made the choice, was it like something completely in line with the character that I had planned. I also had it was pretty clear where the seam was for like the extra material that they added as an explainer. And I didn't need it. That was exactly how I had interpreted that particular ending. I could not have been more satisfied with how my particular playthrough ended. Now that, it may just be that the arc that I had sort of intended for my character happened to fit, what BioWare had in mind for their ending. And maybe people wanted something different. But honestly, like, I was very happy with the game. And I think I have the benefit of not having played it at a time when there's a discourse going on around about the game. But I think it's a wonderful series. It's like, basically it's Telltale with some more combat in it. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, I love some of my favorite moments in the Mass Effect series are where you get to like go out and give the big dramatic speech before the final fight. Like, I lap that stuff up. I think I'm getting some drop frames. But again, I kind of need to be careful. Like, I do get a sense when I talk with people that I am definitely very favorable to developers. And to a certain extent, I feel that is because it's very easy. I feel like it is very easy for people to say stuff like lazy dev and not really know the context. So I have sort of a natural aversion to what I sort of feel is kind of a lazy thinking. But so like with that in mind, like the fact of the matter is that whether it's early access, whether it's a released game, like stuff doesn't get better. You know, the old George Bernard Shaw quote, right? All progress relies on the unreasonable man. You know, if people don't say what's not working, games don't get better. But there is a vast gulf between, I really felt that this series was building towards something, and I feel like the decisions I was given, the choices I was given at the end of the game were inconsistent with the expectations that had been brought up before. That's maybe a little wordy, but you get the idea, right? That's something kind of actionable. You can say it's like, okay, there's a set of expectations that have been created from things that we did earlier in the game, and people are feeling like we didn't really respect some of the choices that they made. And at that point, it's like, do we give them more endings? Do we maybe make it, do we come up with different signals elsewhere? There's lots of different ways that you can try and solve that. We're kind of far away, so I think I'm just going to head northwest. Maybe I'll go like a hard south and see if we can get one last run of those minerals. Oop. But yeah, I don't know. Like I just feel to a certain extent that it's way too easy to just like try and nail developers to the wall for, in a lot of cases there's these really weird rules of like, they disrespected us. It's like, how did they disrespect you? Like, they made us pay for DLC. Like, well, these things cost money, right? It's a pricing decision. If you don't think it's worth it, then, you may not want to buy the game. Oh, but I like the game. I was like, well, do you go to the fish and chips shop and say it's like, give me the halibut, but at the cod price? Like, I you owe me that. You're disrespecting me by charging me full price. Don't you know how good of a customer I am here? Like, normally when we behave that way, we kind of earn ourselves some sophisticated eye rolls from everybody else watching the tantrum. But sometimes for gaming, it definitely feels like Prometheum, incidentally, is rather valuable. I mean, we've got tungsten, which is worth more, but I'm happy we found that. I'm probably gonna have to head back to the ship pretty soon, though. Yeah, I don't know. Like, obviously, I really like poking fun at the the whiny gamer stereotype. Okay, I'm gonna go southwest after this. But for the most part, one of the reasons why I wish we were better at, if nothing else, just trying to persuade the people we're interacting with, is that if a game that I want to see get better is like brigaded by a bunch of people just telling the developers that they are just like outright immoral for producing such a shoddy piece of work, they have to put a lot of work that could be going towards making the game better to instead parsing, this insane commentary being sent to them. And so that means that I just wind up with worse games as a result. Whereas being able to tell people, hey, I don't think this thing's working very well, at that point, that lets the developers work on the thing that they're good at, which is making video games. So... I have had the benefit of not being on social media in that regard. You can easily ignore such backlash. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I should also just pay less attention to these kinds of accounts too. Like, I don't have to give this stuff oxygen. Night Alien, Ed Baver, the ending isn't Shepard riding an Elcor to punch a Reaper in the face if it isn't a good ending. I kind of feel like an Elcor Shepard would be the best option for a director's cut. She says the expectation that the entirety of a creative work has to absolutely match an appreciator's tastes and preferences feels so silly to me. Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, I feel that was also something that happened to Kit Fox with Boyfriend Dungeon. Like, I think they were trying to do an interesting game that hadn't really been done before, and I think a lot of people went in with certain expectations as to, you know, whether or not you can deal with with tough subject matter, or you know, like I don't know, to me it's really weird to have somebody come in and say, you know, this work of art cannot show me anything that makes me think or you know, feel troubled. I'm a little careful in terms of the way that I say that, because obviously if I start talking about feeling troubled, it's like there's a whole, you know, type of entertainment, quote unquote, which is clearly about just like really, you know, really showing people awful stuff and then being like, can you handle it? That sort of stuff is just nonsense. But yeah, I don't know, like going in and sort of saying, it's like, you know, you're not allowed to make me think about this, or you're not allowed to show me, you know, somebody doing a bad action. I don't know, like I feel like at that point you're not really allowing a creator to do the thing that is sort of the contract that we have between us. But anyways, another one that you never really understood was people saying this game is put into box X, but these features do not fit box X. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, Ed Baver, but and Kite actually says, I get that. I enjoyed Andromeda, but I also understand that everybody was what everyone was upset about. When you read what they were trying to do, it really shows the vision of what they were trying to reach when it came to some of the animations. It's really, say, you 100% feel that they achieved what they, if they achieved what they aimed for, people would be giving them nothing but praise. And doing something that would make a really unique experience. It's like, say, the difference between insanity and genius is measured only by success and failure. Most of the time, the masses don't care what you were aiming at for if you didn't make it. Yeah, no, I think that's very fair. I mean, so, you know, we have to admit, like, we don't get interesting... We absolutely do not get interesting works if we don't allow people to fail. You know, particularly, by the way, the lovely ascension into the heavens from the map. So, you know, being able to permit people to sort of swing for the fences and not like kick them to the curb for failing to do so. Like, obviously, if we want people to make safe, boring choices, you know, punishing them for doing something interesting is the way to go. But obviously we're not going to like the products we get in the end. So games are inherently subjective experiences. What works for one player may not work for another, and that's difficult to see as a bad thing. It creates room for diversity and works to exist. For sure. Actually, I find it kind of interesting because when I played, I'm going to try another mountainous region just because we actually did pretty well for minerals. And obviously the time that we spend getting minerals here is going to help me train up my crew for the long haul. So I don't mind spending a little extra time on the planet where we know there's minerals. I mean, I don't think, you know, I don't think human experience is so completely like fragmented that you can't have empathy or not that I'm suggesting this is what you're saying, but like, I think there is enough kind of commonality for us to be able to say, you know, this is truly exceptional, and, you know, this perhaps missed the mark. And I strongly encourage people to say, oh, really? You thought that didn't work? I actually rather liked it, right? So I'm talking about Darkstar, right? Darkstar, it's hard for me to say it's a good movie in the way that I would say Network is a good movie. And my God, if you have not seen Network, I want you right now to get up from your computer, and then sit back down at the computer, because that's probably where you watch movies, and stick your head into your streaming service and find network. And if they don't have it, I want you to yell, "I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore." No, Network is a hell of a movie, and it has only ever gotten better every year that passes since it came out. And like it's Network is absolutely a movie where I say to people, like, if you haven't seen it, you have to see it. It is, I mean, there's got to be people who don't like Network, obviously. But it is one of the ones where, like, if I want to retain my reputation as, like, chooser of good flicks on movie nights, and I, like, know someone hasn't seen Network, I show them Network. Like, Network is really, really good. Paddy Chayefsky is an unimaginably gifted writer. I kind of feel like everyone else could have phoned in their work, and the writing would have carried it. But obviously, everybody else just, did such a good job in that movie as well. But yeah, so like, I obviously, as much as I enjoy Darkstar, and if you're a fan of Alien, the connection to Dan O'Bannon, and sort of you'll know the sequence that inspired Alien when you get to it. But that's more of a fun little curiosity, which I would say, yeah, if you're into that sort of thing, I think you should check it out. But even with that in mind, like, yeah, it definitely is. It's a very personal thing. How someone will individually react to a given game is a very personal thing, and it's wonderful to be able to have that kind of diversity, and it's something we should encourage. As a response to Valiant's comment, mostly Subnautica was classed as a survival game, and much of the backlash concerned how easily resources were available once you got access to them. Sorry, it seems to me like you're missing what the devs tried to do. It's not exactly like it's a worse game for that. Yeah, I mean, I actually liked Subnautica because it was single player, and so it gave me slightly more defined goals, as opposed to some of the other survival games that I've played and really haven't enjoyed. I also think there's enough stuff to sort of like kill me, and like I've never played Subnautica and said, "Oh, there's nothing to do. It was way too easy to get the medal or whatever." Like, if it's easy to get a resource, it's probably because they want me to spend my time doing something considerably more interesting. And I think Tom Joubert wrote it. It's got some good writing in it, so. I've actually been meaning to do... By the way, if any questions about Starflight are coming up, please feel free to ask them. I'm assuming you all understand that I am going to pick up minerals, and it does not require me to give you like excruciating detail about how this is working. And I've already made like the connection to the Mako. I'm pretty sure you don't need me to like hold your hand on how this is very similar to a sequence in the first Mass Effect that maybe sometimes is not considered the height of the series, but is definitely Tin. It's definitely memorable and definitely has a very direct mapping to the experience in let's say the source material. Okay, I'm going to check out south. I may not go a full east run, but let's see if we can, again, the more time I spend doing this here. Okay, no, I am going to wind up going east. The more time I spend doing this here, the more I can upgrade my ship when we go outside the system. I think it reflects a problem with how genre labels are used in general. In your opinion, these things are only useful as transient lenses to read a work through. The moment that defines a work's identity, the work and the appreciator's ability to read stuff is diminished. Yeah, I mean, I think... So the fact of the matter is that I see genre... I actually think genre can be very useful because I recognize that I benefit from the production of a lot of creative works, right? So I think if by and large, it is a very good thing that there are lots and lots of games coming out. I also recognize that it is a very, very difficult environment for game developers because there are lots and lots of games coming out. And so I just kind of wanted to see if I could get a little bit more of that south. I think I am going to try going east because we actually had a pretty decent little haul, 41% of the cargo space. So genre, to me at least, is like one of these markers that lets you say to someone like, yeah, you like this thing? Yeah, you'll probably like this as well. It's the entryway. But genre definitely shouldn't just be a big set of rules that you have to follow. So like what Ed Baver was talking about, like I think Subnautica would not be as compelling of a game if I had to play it like, say, Rust, which is a game that I look, that game like Facepunch is very successful. They're obviously very good at what they do. I tried a second time to get into Rust. And like, so one of the things that actually bugs me a lot about it is the mics being on by default. I cannot stand to hear people in games. It is just like when I played Dota, the first thing I'd do would mute all my teammates. But I think the other thing, like I remember, so I eventually was kind of like, okay, so I want to understand what's going on with this thing. And I'm sort of like, I think I kind of understand where it's like, it's supposed to be really, really hard and unforgiving. And so, it's kind of like a multiplayer. Well, I mean, not that Dark Souls isn't multiplayer, but like it's kind of taking sort of the From Software effect where you are sticking with this very difficult thing and sort of overcoming the challenges throwing at you. The thing is that I'm not entirely sure I like, a design that's built around encouraging people to be as horrible as possible in a video game. Like, I do like cooperative experiences as well, particularly on games about building stuff, right? Now, again, that might be a bad fit. But what really caught my attention was I said, okay, so let's test this hypothesis. Let's go and see how other people are talking about the game. So I think I did like a few searches for like new player experience, Rust hard for new player, like the usual stuff that you do to try and see like what are people saying on Reddit, what are people saying in forums and that. And I remember really specifically seeing one comment to someone who is just kind of giving a very simple, it's like, I heard this game was really good, but like, it feels like people are always just running around killing me. Like, is this really all that the experience is? Like, effectively, they're not even necessarily saying that the game is bad or that they're not enjoying it. It's just really, it's like, is this really all there? Like, is this it? Is this the thing that you like? And like a few comments down, there's like some guy who's like, welcome to the game, meat. And I'm like, okay, yeah, so I see who this is built for. And like, I already know I have a big dick, so I don't need this game. I'll just uninstall and I'll move on with something that I enjoy. For those looking for that kind of, compensation, Rust probably gives them what they need. It's clearly not for me though. And, then I don't feel so bad about the fact that I was given a key for it. I gave the game 2 tries, and it's appealing to a type of player who, it's not my business to tell them what they're into, but I can definitely say I'm not into playing a game with people like that. So, but yeah, so like with that in mind, what Ed Baver's talking about in terms of survival, right? I would not have enjoyed Subnautica as much as I haven't even played that much of Subnautica, to be honest, but I would not have enjoyed what I have of Subnautica if it was something that was designed the way that Rust is. And personally, I think there is enough space for both games to exist. But in this particular case here, like Subnautica really gave me an appreciation for the world that it was in. So much so that when I was building a base, like I was kind of considering what my effect on the environment would be. And I think that's very much in line with the themes of the game. So, so yeah, basically to me, like I see the value of genre as being a way to assist people to create, to assist people to find the thing that they'll connect with. And so the job of the developer is to be able to, and I mean, it's hard, right? Because like I like Cultist Simulator, which definitely does not, does not lend itself to an easy genre categorization. But essentially, basically, I think genre has a useful function in that it helps people navigate the total amount that gets produced, and hopefully what it means is that it is more sustainable to have lots of games. So essentially, I'm not saying that something like Rust shouldn't exist, but I'm definitely saying that, genre should exist to say to someone like me, you probably don't want to try this. And to someone else saying, like, this is 100% for you. Like, you invade people all the time in Dark Souls. Like, you will love this game. It's definitely not a perfect system, but I do think it's one that has allowed people to work in an interesting way within certain confines. I don't know. I'm a little more sanguine about genre, although apparently I really needed to complain about Rust. So, more specifically, the way genre labels are used, they're as more of a rough categorization method. Okay, so I think that's in line with what I was saying. A form of generalization that cuts down the number of games you need to go through to find what suits. Okay, actually, that's really similar to what I was saying. So sport game on the tin, you need to not bother. What about Behold the Kickmen, Ed Baver? You gotta play Behold the Kickmen. Certainly not a restriction, never should be. And Valiant Cheese. So take Into the Breach, for example. It's a game that you can read as a turn-based strategy game and come away with X insights. When you read it as a puzzle game and come away with Y insights. You can read it as an RPG and come away with Z insights. Yeah, well, actually, that's kind of funny, Valiant Cheese, because I actually generally think of turn-based strategy as a puzzle game. So, like, in that case, that's kind of already happening for me. But I definitely don't sit down... Like, when I look at a given game, like I definitely don't go to XCOM and say like, oh, turn-based strategy game, I love those. Usually I've selected XCOM on other characteristics. And I've definitely had some times where I was like, oh, I thought this was what the game I was playing, but clearly it's this other thing. And I just kind of update my views. I've never really felt beholden to interpreting a game through a particular genre lens. It's usually more just kind of solving that matching problem so that, I'm not relying entirely on Valve's algorithm. All right, we are going to leave the planet properly now. It's also fair to say, too, like a great example of one way that genre fails as well. I mean, maybe this is just like comparing Rust and Subnautica the more I think about it. But when you say like an adventure game, like, first of all, as a genre, adventure is pretty lame. I'm not like, adventure games are wonderful, but like, it's like calling a movie a drama. Like, Die Hard's got a lot of drama in it, but we consider it an action film, right? Eyes Wide Shut has got lots of drama in it, and we'd probably consider it a drama. Tenet, right, has got drama in it, but would not be considered, that's more a spy thriller, or possibly science fiction spy thriller, probably. But like, thriller's kind of already science fiction. It's just like the president's the character rather than anyways. That's a different conversation. So yeah, I don't know, like but like, obviously, if you're playing a Sierra adventure game, like, they're completely willing to put you in like unsolvable situations. If you play a LucasArts adventure game, which is almost certainly, I mean, Cheese worked on them, right? So the originals, no. he for those of you who don't know, Valiant Cheese worked on Full Throttle, Day of the Tentacle. I don't think you worked on Grim Fandango, which I haven't played actually. I think, but you worked on Massive Challenge. I don't know the chronology for the Double Fine stuff, but yeah, like the LucasArts stuff is kind of considered to be the absolute peak of that genre. But I also go on adventures in Assassin's Creed, which admittedly didn't exist at that time. And in that case, in terms of a set of conventions, like there's a difference between a Sierra style adventure game and a LucasArts adventure game. And of course, the idea of adventure itself is, I mean, that could also be describing Sid Meier's Pirates, which has absolutely none of the elements inside of what you'd consider a traditional adventure game. But I mean, pirate adventure, that's the genre. So, I'd be the first to admit, like it's not the greatest labeling system. It's not the greatest lens to go through. Okay, we might even make it to a third planet. Sorry, you can tell I'm getting a little impatient. There we go. Look, a new planet. It looks cold. Okay, so there's some life on this world. Methane, ammonia, and argon atmosphere, so we can't log it as a... Yeah, and I mean, it's I think especially too, because so much of gaming is interactive, that you do have a reasonable set of expectations about like what the experience is going to feel like. So if I say such and such a game is an action RPG, I think people now are going to expect something that feels like Dark Souls, even though I think an action RPG could just as easily describe a Fallout or an Elder Scrolls game. From a first person perspective. I guess you can sometimes go third person in those. Or a Kirby. I should be mentioning more Kirby with Kite in the channel. Yeah, so and obviously, but I mean, like, there have definitely been very interesting attempts at trying to do first-person strategy games. There was a remake of Battlezone that tried to do that. I think the Battlefield series is largely built around that idea. I suspect that's probably trying to build on what was it Star Siege Tribes that originally tried to do this? Like, I'm trying to bone up on my gaming history because I don't like a lot of the stuff I haven't personally played, or it's like I have the ability to play it, but obviously it's not the same as like playing it when it first comes out. And then, God, what was there another? I mean, actually, I think Brutal Legend tried to have something of a sort of a strategy element towards it as well. The original Battlezone was great. You have a lot of time in that. Are you talking about the wireframe one, Ed Baver, or are you talking about the one with like 3D models? But yeah, like you wouldn't like normally when you think strategy, you're thinking of like a top-down perspective. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I've played the original Battlezone, to be honest. But yeah, like obviously, but yeah, I think what you're probably saying, Valiant Cheese, is that like FPS as a genre doesn't necessarily mean a lot, because like obviously, I think by default, most people who are watching are going to say that. Well, I guess FPS S is shooter, so but there you're going to think of something like Doom, but obviously, an Oblivion is not necessarily going to be promoting shooting as much. Actually, so I don't know how many of you are going to care about this, but I've never read a Terry Pratchett book. But I bought my first one today. It's one of the reasons I was late. Now I have a few books to go through it, so it's going to be a while before I get around to reading it. But I was delighted to read. It was The Color of Magic. So I opted. From what I understand, there are a few different entry points that people recommend for going into that series. But I also understand The Color of Magic was very successful when it was first released. So I figured, why not start with the first one in the Discworld books? It seemed to be accessible enough to people for it to, to sort of spawn this beloved series. So, I'm happy to read them in chronological order. Yeah, obviously, if someone says, "Bah, you can skip that one. Maybe you want to move on to the other." But there were enough people saying, just start with Color of Magic. So I was like, it's on the bookshelf. I wanted to get it used, but I'm guessing people like those books enough that they don't show up in the used bookstores that often. So I'm like, I'll get a new. I'm not too proud to get a new one, but I love used bookstores. You start with guards, and you feel like that spoiled you a bit. Oh, interesting. That was an option. That was actually one that people had recommended, but yeah, I went with The Color of Magic. But I was reading up about him a little bit, and I read an interview where he said he loved Oblivion. He was playing a lot of time playing Oblivion, but that he thought the combat was fine, but he didn't find it the most interesting part, and that he really liked the idea of modding, and that he was continuing to mod his game to do things like have mundane work to earn money instead of just going out to kill things to earn money. I think he was like running a vineyard or something like that. And I was like, oh man, so like he made Stardew Valley in Oblivion. And yeah, I don't know. Like it's when you think about the way that people play the Elder Scrolls games, I don't think that's completely uncharacteristic. I think that so I know in the anniversary edition of Skyrim, and I think they added this in the special edition as well, there's like a survival mode now where you'll have like hunger and heat and all of those other factors. So they're making it a little bit more like a survival game. And that's obviously a very far cry, if you will, from, a Doom, a Quake, the sort of thing that you would normally associate with a first person shooter. So I suspect that's maybe where you were coming from in terms of an interface, but I sort of lost the plot a little bit. I think probably because we started talking about Terry Pratchett, but I'll let you all know what I think when I'm done with it. Anyways, this world is not suitable for colonization. Let's do a quick analysis just to see what we're up against. Frozen surface, 1.8 G, thin atmosphere. Doesn't say what the global weather is, so again, we may wind up in a storm, and it might be sad, but... Now again, if I wanted to try and get some creatures... So basically, trying to get creatures, this would be where I kind of want to go. And if I want to try and get some minerals, I would want to go near these mountains. I'm actually going to head back to... I'm going to say abort, because what I want to do is go back to the science officer, Ariella, and I want to just get a read on what kind of zinc and plutonium. Okay. So I'm checking out one of the appendices. And so zinc's worth 140. Plutonium's worth quite a bit, actually. Okay, I think I'm going to split the difference. We're going to start in the sort of the low equatorial regions, and then we are going to move to the... We're going to move to the mountains to try and get some of that plutonium. Out of curiosity, so now that you've seen, we haven't done interstellar travel yet, but I'm curious what people's impressions of this game are. Oh my God, it's coming right for us. Computing descent profile, autopilot engaged, descending, topography net locked on, safe landing, Captain. Notice, by the way, we're not on a mountainous region. This is all flat. Eh? Eh? How many Ubisoft games you see do that? It's overcast. Oh god, this is going to be so hard to find the ship. Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. Yeah, sorry to, sorry. Yeah, I'll happily not interrogate you about the about the game then. Anyone who's watching, what do you think of Starflight? So the good news here is that because it's low terrain, I have a really far range. So just because there is, just because we have a positive number for bio does not mean that I'm necessarily going to find anything. It's actually looking like this is a pretty big waste of fuel. So basically, I'm just going to roll this thing out until it's 50%. And then we're going to head back. Every once in a while, it'll say it's generating new territory, so I just want to take the time to see if there's anything exciting. Okay. So we're 84 kilometers northeast of the ship, so I definitely want to be mindful about my fuel. The only relation between this game and the ME series is not exactly the entertaining part. You will wait before formulating an opinion. I mean, again, the objective here is not to have everybody sort of bow down at the altar of a late 80s EA game and say, so like this is one of these times where you say, like, with all due respect, oh, I'm going to run out of fuel. How did this happen? Oh, we passed it! No! Returning to the ship on foot. Oh, Olaf, you're getting hurt. I'm sorry. I told you it was going to be hard. Okay, so this really sucks because this is going to cost us like 10,000 monetary units. So yeah, man, that was a really boneheaded move. So what you can do for starters. So let's see who's most wounded. Ariel is at 96. Cheese is at 100. Oop. Olaf's at 81, so I think we're probably going to wind up healing him. Cicero's unscathed, and Dr. Sin. Okay, so... Olaf gets treatment. Everybody gets treatment over time. So here's why losing the terrain vehicle is so bad. If you launch here... Oh, hang on. No. Disembark. The ship is no longer equipped with a terrain vehicle. And so far as I can tell, you can't just move back down onto the planet and reclaim it. I believe you just straight up lose the terrain vehicle when that happens. So you can't see the terrain vehicle on the map. Lazy devs. But yeah, so this is gonna Yeah, so far as I can tell, no. We were at 13 North, 112 West. So yeah, I'd have to like land it straight on, because then if I did anything else, it would tell me that I couldn't get it. But either way, I'm pretty sure if you run out of energy, you lose the terrain vehicle forever. So we basically have no option but to go back to the main base. So a quick reminder, we started with 20 Endurium. So one fairly lengthy stay on a planet, and then one rather ill-fated journey. This will give us an idea of what that cost us in terms of resources. So you can also pay a visit to the doctor to see everybody here. One, oh no, don't stop treating Olaf. So Ariel is at 98. Olaf's at 84, currently being treated. Right, the other two are fine. Yeah, over time, people do get better. Stop! Okay. Report to operations for evaluation. That doesn't sound good. That's like when your boss says, "Can I see you in my office?" Supplemental evaluation. Loss of terrain vehicle. Due to your negligence, your ship is no longer equipped with a terrain vehicle. A new terrain vehicle is currently being installed. Consequently, you have been fined 10,000 monetary units. Notices. Okay, so here is an important item. 2-1-4620. It is necessary to give you some unpleasant news. You may have been aware for the last several years, scientists have been observing anomalous fluctuations in the radiation levels of our sun. While you've been away, it has been ascertained that the stability of our sun is definitely deteriorating. How much time we have until there is a fatally large flare, we are still not sure, but there is little doubt that this will eventually occur. As yet, we have no clue as to the cause of this instability. Therefore, we must assume that there is nothing that we can do to change the situation. In view of this, the only option available to us is to get as many colonists off of Arth as we can. You can be invaluable to us in this. First, we need Endurium to power the ships we will build. We will pay well for any that you can bring back. Secondly, we will need to know where to send the colonists. As you may have already discovered, your ship is equipped with homing drones, which you may use to log your recommendations. This is so that we can move the colonists out as quickly as possible. In addition, a sensor has been installed which will inform you of the stellar condition upon entering a system. Your ship computer will inform you in the event that a flare is imminent. We advise caution while in a system which are more than slightly unstable. Being caught in a solar flare would certainly be fatal. In your manual, we have outlined the criteria which will be important in your evaluation of viable colony worlds. You will be rewarded for recommendations of valuable planets and penalized for recommendations of planets which turn out to be uninhabitable. Please consider carefully before logging a planet. So, this is so I like this detail because if you read the manual, it already tells you that part of your job is logging planets and it gives you the instructions. But as was true of the story bit before, it's clear that this entity, Interstel, is not willing to be completely forthright with you in terms of they find out in the mission that they've held back this knowledge of the previous civilization and that there was in fact a set of ships that had come out before. And now we're finding out why they're so interested in habitable worlds. The star is dying and you need to get out of the system. So that's one. Obviously here, this is probably where the heavy Andromeda connections come in as well. But Ed Baver says, you do like the harshness, both being able to simply lose the vehicle and the game blaming you for it quite blatantly. I will admit, It's a tough one. I really thought that I was being pretty conservative with my fuel, but then it did occur to me that I wasn't properly reading the navigation. So I think if I'd been a little more on top of things, it wouldn't have been as bad. Anyways, new message. To all captains, one of our ships was just destroyed by what reports indicate to be androids approximately 20 seconds directly coreward of Arth. When passing through this area, proceed with caution. Do I have that on my notes? Yes. We've received reports of an area outward and downspin of Arth, about 40 sectors distant. There is a constellation here in the shape of a cross, which seems to mark a nexus of continuum fluxes. We suggest, however, that unless you are properly prepared to avoid this area, since we've already lost several ships in its vicinity. A big congratulations to Commando Topiforfex and his mate. They just hatched 16 new larvae. Way to go, Topi. One of our ships has stumbled across some ruins on the third planet of our own system. They found my terrain vehicle. There is evidence that there may be more. This may be worth investigating. Xenon, where's my money? Borno. Scientists have ascertained that the cause of the instabilities in our sun are external to the star. The rate of the deterioration is increasing. There is a possibility that some other race may have some clue as to the cause. Our situation appears increasingly dire. End of notices. All right, well, on that cheery note, again, I'm pretty sure we're in a deficit here. We offer the widest selection and the lowest prices in the starport. How may we help you today? So yeah, we're currently we're basically out the full cost. We're out a full terrain vehicle. So let's see if I can get myself out of this hole. Oh, looking good. Ha! All right. So we spent 0.8 investigating the solar system. For starters, I'm going to go train up some crew. So the manual gives the suggestion that the three most important traits are navigation, science, and communications. So I'm going to start with navigation, and we're just going to get that at its top level. We're going to go back to science. We're going to get Ariella up to 250. And while we haven't run into any aliens yet, I do want to get my comms up, so 20 for them. Okay, so the rest of the crew, we're maximum training level has already been okay. So now we're just going to go get the rest of my specialists. So Olaf, you get 34 training units. Congratulations, you're a master engineer. And Sin, you've already got some experience with taking care of people, but we're going to make you so much better at that. So now I did say that I would want to start training the human to be good at everything because of the captain role. But what I want to do here, well, first of all, I want to take a look at the space bank. So we've got 13,824. That's not great. So maybe I just want to keep that in the bank. So one thing I could say is like, well, we can buy some cargo pods, but it's not like we ran out of space before. I could go for better engines. I could empty my bank account to go up to a class 2. We could get the first shielding or armor. Or we could spring for weaponry. Honestly, the most useful thing to me, I think, would be cargo pods. But in this case, I think it's probably better that I just save up because we're going to be investigating our existing system anyway. So we'll just take a look around. We'll earn as much money as we can, come back, and then not only do we get the interest from the bank. In fact, if I was really crafty, I would probably just not take care of things like the engineer and the the communications and just earn the 12% while we wait. But in this case here, we're just going to go do what I was going to do the first time. All right, and we need security code for Harrison Space, Mobius device, and ULEC. Confirm. Sorry, I'm enjoying a little chocolate. No. Olaf is healed. That should be everyone, but I just wanted to double check. Okay, so I'm going to take a quick look here, and we're going to go back to science because Ariella is extra smart. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely bio. I mean, there's half as much bio as there are minerals, so maybe it would make sense for me to just try and get the resources at this point. Hang on. So it's moderate weather, so we should expect there to be some damage, potentially. No oxygen on the world, right? That's why we can't. Also, it's probably not very suitable because it's in the same system that's about to have the flare. Okay, let's land. This time, as exciting as it would be to do another lowlands journey, I think I'm just going to take care of some mineral wealth. Computing descent, profile autopilot engaged, descending. Topography net logged on. Safe landing, Captain. All right, we will disembark. We'll see whether or not there's a storm going on. You are in a thunderstorm. Cheese is injured right out the gate. Ariella is injured out the gate. We haven't even moved yet. So again, it doesn't look like it, but for lack of a better term, this game is real time. If I just stand still. Oh, there's some ruins. Or what I think are ruins, at least. Yep. Those are ruins, all right. Oh, messages. This is the first message I've ever seen. Microfilm. Reason to believe there is a black egg device in some Fleckmax ruins at 52 north, 16 east on the third planet of the system 238. Okay. I don't know what the black egg is, but that seems cool. Karn, 83rd of his name. How you doing? And welcome, Raiders. Thank you very much for stopping by. What were you playing? Why are you hosting me when I'm doing Starflight, which is a silent game? How you doing? Okay, black. Hey! Sorry, look at my pen. 52 north, 16 east. Third planet. Uh, 238, 189. You're playing Horizon's Gate and hosted because you might be starting Mass Effect soon, so it fit. Okay, cool. So, have you never played Mass Effect before, or is this just coming back to the well? I only ask because I don't want to talk about the ending to the series if it's something that you've not yet experienced, and I can certainly talk about the influence of Starflight without going into too many plot details. Is that all there was? Okay. So we'll definitely record that. You beat and played some of the second, never played the third. The ending, you remember what happened. Yeah, so we're talking about this. Actually, I rather liked how it ended, but I know I'm speaking against the tide on that one. So in this case here, if you've not played the first game, there's a somewhat infamous, let's say, sequence with a vehicle called the Mako. And one of the things I was kind of talking about was like this whole sequence here, running around with a terrain vehicle. To a certain extent, I think you can see some aspects of the design of Mass Effect and how. So we know for sure that the designers, the bounce, yes, exactly, the bounce mobile. We know for sure that Starflight was a major influence. Casey Hudson said so for Mass Effect. But what I think is so interesting about the planetary element on this is that you don't just get to see things that are present in the Mass Effect games, but you get to see sort of the what could have beens and the cases where it clearly didn't sort of realize, like it doesn't seem like they quite got what they wanted, and they kept striving for it. So in the case of the Mako, you can kind of you can see the similarity, right? You land on a world and you drive around and you pick up the boxes and you're sort of done. But because of course it's an Unreal Engine game and it's the first of the series, it feels a little bit like it's just a bigger room. You're kind of boxed in by somewhat improbable hill. It's kind of like every place you land are craters. Whereas in Starflight, of course, you've got 800 different worlds all generated through this fractal. I say procedural generation. They call it fractal generation here. They gave it a different try in the second game. The second game, you've got that scanning system, which is actually not too dissimilar from how the Sega Genesis version of the same game did it. And again, that sort of changes things, but then you're not really exploring the world anymore. You're sort of viewing the world from a distance. And of course, on this one, you're actually traveling to worlds and you're seeing logs and you're experiencing things. So then, in the third one, you're sort of marshaling the resources of sort of the galaxy's last stand against the Reapers. But again, you're not quite getting that same experience that there is in Starflight. And so when you hear that Andromeda was going originally to try and procedurally generate worlds, and that trying to find worlds suitable for colonization, like we just got the memo in this game as to why in Starflight we are very concerned about finding colonizable worlds. And you can really see that it seemed like for a very long time, Andromeda was really this effort to try and get the one thing in Starflight that the Mass Effect games kind of got close to realizing, but never really nailed. But ultimately, it seems like the procedural generation never got to a state that they were happy with. And so, unfortunately, we just have to speculate as to what the game might have been. So this is definitely, again, out of the old games that I've played, this is one that, what? Oh my God, we just lost 2 people. Tree Cicero and Isaacson died the second we got... That's insane. I've never had that happen. That's fine. We'll make that. We'll just say it's the medical cost. But man, that's a lot of money we spent on training them just to have them die instantly in a lightning storm. It's overcast now. Lovely. We still haven't gotten anything. We still haven't gotten anything from this planet other than the record. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything in this ruin. So one thing that really weirded me out when I was trying to play this was I assumed that there would always be something in a ruin, and that's definitely not the case. Molybdenum. Okay. Or maybe molybdenum? I don't know. Molybdenum sounds more scientisty. Oh, I think we found the life. Yeah, you can see it all running around there. Look at this guy. A big willowy reptilian creature with jagged blue-green scales. It has 2 big multi-jointed legs, 3 small eye stalks, and a small stubbly horn. It appears to be jumping. Height around 40 centimeters tall. Oh, it's snowing heavily. Okay, so it looks like the game's gonna move on without me. So one thing you can actually try and do is just pick them up straight off the ground. So we're gonna capture it. Lifeform captured and put in stasis. I'm gonna try and do that to our jumpy friend. Hey, get back here, reptilian. So you can fire weapons at these things, both to kill and to stun. Okay, looks like there's nothing in these ruins. Big reptilian creature with jagged... Ah! I really wish they'd give me the time to be able to... Oh, it's because there was more than one. So I believe I can't pick up a second reptilian. But I am curious if I can do something about this flora. A small plant-like life form with a gnarly surface. It has a tiny, irregularly shaped turquoise leaves and a small turquoise acid sac. It appears to be sessile? I'm not sure what that means. Oh, the reptilian attacks Ariella, but misses. So if I just try and take the reptilian. Capture attempt was unsuccessful. Try again. Oh, capture and put in stasis. So it was a different reptilian form. Okay, well, we're just going to harvest everything at this point because we've got enough fuel. So, you know what? So what if we lost a couple of red shirts? I'd love to read more of the descriptions, but I don't... Actually, if I recall correctly, the descriptions of these forms, I think might have actually been something that wound up in Dwarf Fortress. Oh, not enough room. Okay. I mean, we can come back if space is the... But yeah, I would love to read more of the descriptions here, to be completely honest. But I know, like, the world is moving on without us, so I kind of need to... I need to pick my battles here. So I'm guessing this fungoid is not an option for me. Yeah. We're definitely coming back for this, though. Give me fungus. Duplicate specimen. Okay. Oh man, this is going to be really hard to figure out which ones I have already. Like, especially if it's going to cost me fuel. There's only so many of these blobs that, yeah, interesting. I mean, in this case, I'm just going to, you know, oh wow, a big guy. All right. Definitely got enough to keep moving forward. So let's see. Okay. We'll see how far north I can go. I'll maybe make sure I have like 60% left in my for my fuel. I wonder where all this life was when I was originally looking for it. Okay. We'll maybe try to grab anything that's in the immediate area, and then we'll vamoose. Hopefully it's not the violent one. So if you take the time to read the descriptions like I'm not, it will actually give you a description in terms of like the viciousness compared to an Earth creature. So like, you know, it's like grizzly bear vicious versus you know, hamster vicious or something. I don't think hamster is an actual thing you can encounter, but like you get the idea. Like it gives you sort of a mapping to to kind of decide how dangerous this thing is. But again, like it's neat that this is making an attempt at real time. I guess the challenge is that with that, I'm running into the situation where I can't read the description without the game moving ahead, and that either translates into me simply not being able to read the text because it just goes away, or I wind up in a situation where I feel like it is to my it's a disadvantage for me to check that sort of stuff out, because you know I might be attacked. Did I already check northeast? I feel like this is something I would have checked already, but no, a Mobius device. Okay. Don't know what that is, but this has been a pretty decent little run. I'm not gonna mess with the life at this point. I'm gonna try and get something that's a little more stationary. We might wind up walking home if I go too aggressive on these minerals. All right, we're gonna move to the ship. We can come back if I really want the minerals, but. So I think what I'll do here is I'm just going to go straight east, like I think I was originally planning on doing, and we'll give it a little while before I check the map, just because I'm probably going to head to those ruins reflexively. Okay, we're 30 kilometers out. Hey, it paid off. Oh, man, it might have really paid off. So, reasonable haul of plutonium. It's 400 per unit, and we found 4 of them, so... nothing in the ruin, but I can't be too upset with how that turned out. I'll try a little bit further. Okay, so now we head back to the ship. We should have more than enough fuel, but obviously we've seen the consequence for getting that wrong. So in this case here, it is a pretty strong priority for me to get as many resources. Oh, Jesus. Ariella got injured. So I don't think the treatment will happen while we're on the planet, but I just wanted to get that started. Electrical storm. Oh God, no. Let's try again. Clear. So yeah, I want to try and make the most of this expedition, just because clearly at this point we need to make back some of the losses. Did I already go south? I feel like I might have. Okay. Feels like zinc isn't really worth that much, but I'll take it over nothing. I think it's fair to say we should turn back. I'll try and get a little more out of the... Yeah. So I think what I'm going to do on this, I'm going to launch and then land on the planet one more time. Because as it turns out, they weren't kidding when they said there were ruins here. Following that, though, we're gonna head to another planet and maybe hope that the weather's a bit nicer. We were at 80 north, 6 east. Just like No Man's Sky. Okay, so let's maybe go to the sort of the far right of this mountainous region. Again, what we're looking for here is high ground will give us minerals. The other thing I might check out is that southern area, but we'll see what we find on this area here. But the big idea here is just to try and get minerals to be able to replace the crew members we lost. And hopefully get something, and hopefully still have enough that we can upgrade the ship. Because obviously, if we're just replacing crew members and we're at a lower value than we started, then it's hailing. Don't see anybody injured yet. Okay, so I'm gonna check out the east on a separate trip. The west on a separate trip. So there's obviously minerals there. For now, I just want to see if there's yep. Okay. Can't be too surprised about zinc. We did see that repeatedly on the scan. I am at 43% energy though, so I might have just... Oh, you know what? It's because it's hailing. Oh, I hope my reserves hold out. Oh god! Olaf is injured. Out of fuel, returning to ship on foot. No! No! Oh, you clowns! We landed on the ship! Yeah, and I think we lost all of those minerals as well. Oh, Jesus. Man, that hail, I wasn't anticipating that it would kill the energy so much. I'm a little upset about that one just because of the... I'm a little upset about that one just because, like, we obviously made it to the ship and it's saying that we're returning on foot. But, I mean, like, what am I going to do? Reset the game? Who was navigating during that debacle? So, I mean, let's just hope we made 10,000 worth of minerals. The thing is, we seem to get some pretty cool artifacts. So there is that. I guess there is that going for us. Report to operations for evaluation. I know. If they make me pay more for the lost item, I'm gonna be mad. Oh, they're not letting me go to the trade depot. They're that mad at me. Okay. Due to your negligence, the ship is no longer equipped with a terrain vehicle. A new terrain vehicle is currently being installed. Consequently, you have been fined 10,000 MU. We have compiled a list of some nearby fluxes from data that has been brought back from the exploration vessels. This may be of use to you. Here are some link pairs. 128.105 to 146.112, 126.87 to 173.88, 148.66 to 170.93, 104.82 to 118.107. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I've already checked it, but let's give... I'll bring up this map. So let's take 128.105 as an example. So x-coordinate first. So 128 is about here. 105 is just off the 100 line. So, and then it says this one goes to 146, 112, which if we see, 146, 112. So these are actually fluxes that have already been identified on the map. I'm not 100% sure if the map was an afterthought or exactly why it is that way. But in this case here, I don't think there's any information I'm getting from that message. My apologies. I forgot to move the map. I don't think there's any information that I'm getting from that particular message that I don't already have on the map. I think that is the last item that I got from my last playthrough. Okay, we are going to sell... Oh, wow. Specimens really aren't worth that much, it looks like. Minerals are worth considerably more. Oof. I don't think we're going to be able to train up our replacement scientists. Yeah, man, these are really not worth it. Analysis is 500 MB. Yeah, we could do that. Analysis of this artifact has revealed very little of interest. It has slight value as an alien curio, but is otherwise totally useless to us. So we spent 500 to identify an item that's worth 350. This game hates me. Okay, let's see if we have enough money to train ourselves some replacements. So there's, I believe, only 6 files available, so I'm gonna... So what I am slightly curious about here, I'm not actually going to pay for it. Okay, 300 per session, so that's 600, so 6,000. So it's going to cost us 12 to train both. We definitely didn't make that back. Yeah, we don't even have enough to be able to train everyone. So in this case here, because the Eloan are fragile, what we're going to do, I'm going to, like, I have to reassign people first. But what we're going to do is we're going to try and find some replacements. We'll try and find some, sorry, not some replacements, but we'll try and find some more resources before, before we train up. But I mean, again, the whole point of these extra trips were to try and get some like get some extra cash so we could get a better ship. All right, Elan, dodecahedron, and Velox. So I'm gonna go back to the death planet. I will land in a different location, but I'm gonna be very careful in terms of what I see on the. Like we basically have to have ideal conditions, or we head back to the ship. So no need to really scan this. We've seen it a couple times. So I can't remember if we tried the bottom right area here, but that's what I'm gonna shoot for now. It would be kind of neat if it could tell us what the weather is before we go outside. I feel like you should be able to know that. Yeah, we're in a thunderstorm, so Cheese got injured, as did Ariella. So we're going to just head back to the ship. We'll try again. Overcast. All right. So there's some ruins to the north. We'll give that a shot. Nothing there. I must confess, there's something. So I guess I might have got lucky in terms of the ruin, like kind of getting something on my first ruin, because I have to assume this is like where the game is trying to plastic thingamajig. If this winds up being like some insanely powerful artifact, I'm throw up my hands and retire. But there's something about the idea of having like the game kind of direct you to the existence of artifact or ruins on this world, and then have those ruins not have anything in them. I have to wonder if some people playing this game sort of like wondered if ruins were just like cosmetic or something. Well, there's life forms, but I don't really feel like trying to get them. We should probably just head directly back to the ship. I'll try and get that other mineral, but I'm gonna go for it a little bit. Like I'll go for that on a separate trip. Okay, another ruin that didn't really have anything. And unless there's obviously something in the area, we should probably just head back to the ship. As you can see, having lost 2 terrain vehicles, I'm sort of at the point where I'm gonna be a bit gun shy on windstorm. Let's see. It doesn't seem like anybody's taking damage. Oh, hang on. Southeast I was gonna go. More zinc. Well, we're not getting a new ship off of these finds, but nope. Already wound up injured. Okay. I hope I've got enough gas in the tank. I mean, it's 30 kilometers. It can't be that bad. Well, we're testing the edge of it, but okay. I think I've seen all I want to see on this world, to be frank. So we're gonna go to the doctor's office. We're gonna treat Ariella. Oh, don't cease. No. Start treatment. And hopefully we'll get a little bit of that health back as we go to the 4th planet. So obviously there's other... Excuse me. The planets are large. Like it's not just that there's a lot of planets, but as you can see, like there is quite a bit to check out here. So I imagine that I could probably keep coming back to a few of these planets over and over again. But you know, I guess the one thing that I kind of want to keep in mind is that this, like we haven't gotten past our opening solar system yet. There's definitely travel between systems. And we have been sort of instructed in terms of a location that we should check out. So, you know, again, I'd like to have my ship in decent shape for that journey. And it seems to make a lot of sense for us to check out our home system first. But, it's, this may be easy. Ariella, what do you see? Almost nothing here. Atmosphere of ammonia compounds, no hydrosphere, tungsten, copper, and aluminum. So I don't think that's a lot of value. Wow, 5.22 Gs. Okay. And very violent weather. So we're not going on this world. Like this strikes me as a wonderful way for us to lose people. I actually don't remember a planet like this being in the solar system last time. So I may have spoke too soon when I said that maybe the seed is fixed for each game. It could be that these planets are generated. At least some of the planets are generated each new game. Once again, Ariella is going to do a quick scan. Quite a bit of this is a potentially very valuable world. Well, this could be valuable or this could be a complete waste of time. So 43 on mineral density, that's pretty decent. Tin and lead. Now, if I go to the manual for this, I have a feeling only the third one's going to be valuable. So lead is worth 40. It's the least valuable item. Tin's actually tin's worth more than zinc. So if I was picking up zinc, I shouldn't be turning up my nose at tin. But obviously gold is what we're looking for here, 380. So we will... I mean, it's not like I have a strategy for finding a certain type of, for a particular item. It's whatever the game distributes on the world. Excuse me. I am feeling the lack of sleep. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is... First of all, there's not a whole lot of places for us to check. And that actually is interesting to me because I remember reasonably well... Okay, so... I do actually remember a world looking kind of like this. So I may just not be remembering all that well. In any case, this should be... Again, the game has advised us that the mineral deposits should be located in higher areas. So with any luck, this is going to mean that we have some luck in terms of finding something valuable. If nothing else, this is a considerably more forgiving world as far as the weather is concerned. Okay, we'll go east just because that's where I see some mineral wealth. And it's lead. Great. We'll keep going east. We'll do the best that with what we've got. Copper. Again, I feel a little bad about... so there's obviously interesting descriptions here. Cracked plains and hills of yellow-tinted snow and ice. Like, I think Dwarf Fortress is doing this in a way that maybe draws a little more attention to it. Oh, there's some gold. Actually, that's not a bad amount of gold. But again, like you can definitely see stuff that we're kind of considering as being very desirable now has got at least some, some analog inside of Starflight. At least for me. Like again, I don't want to. I guess the one thing I'm not trying to do here is try to make the like, oh yes, if you dig down deep enough, Starflight isn't everything. But it is kind of neat, like to me at least, to see something like this. And again, the type of people who are making this. Like, I guess, I think actually, Cheese, you and I might have talked about this at some point. Like, there's obviously a class of game developer who was able to work in gaming at a time when, nothing existed before. Everybody was figuring out how this stuff worked. And it allowed for experiments, some which were fantastically successful and some which, were forgotten for good reason. Although it is actually kind of funny, like if you think about it, full motion video is one of these things. Yeah, so I guess sort of reinforcing the point that you'd made before. But yeah, like the idea, like Sid Meier being able to make Civilization, and I think actually even Sid Meier has said like the kind of advice, if somebody asks like how do you break into the industry to someone like Sid Meier, I mean for him I guess it's like do something impressive and send me your resume. But like obviously for a certain type of person, that instruction doesn't really that isn't really relevant because the game industry as we know it didn't really exist that way. Like, I mean, I suspect most people who are in a position to be asked, how do I break in, are probably at a point where, sorry, Olaf, you got injured. I suspect they're probably at a point where the paths are different, but okay, heavy snow, so I should be more conservative with my fuel. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I mean, I'm kind of repeating the same point a few times over now, but it is just really impressive, I think, to me to at least see. It's not so much the fact that there are things that we sort of recognize from today, but more importantly, it's the number of things that are considered to be very cool or full of potential, right? So, it seems like... Actually, this will be an interesting experiment. Sorry to... I'm actually going to properly pause the game because of the wind storm. So that was me hitting escape. I'm actually just going to go to Steam because I believe they rank... wish lists. Just a second here. Oh yeah, no, sorry. I guess it's just it was more that oh, maybe it's lower than I thought it was. I was under the impression Dwarf Fortress had a ridiculously high wish list. Maybe follow is different from wish list. But no, like just, something like this where to me it's not just about the oh, hang on, I think I get how this works now. Like I guess what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to acknowledge the fact that this was a very unique time when things could still be new. But with that in mind, that was largely just trying to set up the idea here that I'm so impressed with Starflight by the fact that it's not necessarily that, there are these, these cool tools that might have been used, if not for the first time, at the very least was sort of the, one of the earlier and very successful versions of it. So, the big space sandbox is something that, that's a Subnautica game, basically. Obviously, it's an ocean rather than space, but I think it's reasonable to say that there's some comparison between the two. But I think the thing that kind of impresses me about this is the number of things that are kind of considered to be, if not cutting edge, at the very least very promising. And this is just in terms of things that people are sort of expressing interest in or, things that are talked about quite a bit. And to just see so many of these all in this one package of the game Starflight, and again, something that was made back in I mean, had its origins in the mid 1980s by EA and five people, many, if most possibly, who had not made a game before. I just think is kind of neat. I've got at least one list that it's I don't know how close this is, but under wish lists, it says for a top 20, the day before, Hollow Knight, Silksong, Party Animals, Starfield, Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, Frostpunk 2, Kerbal Space Program 2, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, which I thought was already out. Well, I guess you can still be most wish listed even if you aren't out. Warhammer 40k Dark. Oh, that's actually interesting. So that would imply that Tiny Tina's Wonderlands hasn't sold compared to expectations, maybe. Like people are waiting to get it on sale, maybe. I'm not sure. That, or it was just so much higher before. Dwarf Fortress, Warhammer 40k Darktide, Dwarf Fortress at number 11. I was under the impression that was higher. Carlson, never heard of it. Company of Heroes 3, Atomic Heart, Nobody the Turnaround, Manor Lords. The Cycle, I feel like, was an Epic exclusive. Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, Slime Rancher 2, and Euro Truck Simulator 2, Heart of Russia. I wonder if that's getting delayed. Oh, I didn't realize that was a fixed proportion like that. Victoria 2's in Victoria 3's in number 24. What interests me here, if we take a look at the top 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I won't count the DLC, but eight of the top 20 are sequels. Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll have to check it out then. I'd never heard of it. In fairness, though, I've never heard of the day before, and apparently it's the most wishlisted game on streams or on Steam. So this is probably more a statement of me than. But yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I thought I'd maybe see something a little bit different on that wish list. But mostly I just kind of like the Dwarf Fortress one is the big one for me. I think maybe is the where I was trying to go with it. And I mean, obviously Dwarf Fortress, I don't know if I should say owes a lot to this, but certainly it's not only are sort of the influences clear, but I believe they are actually stated by the developers. Let's just see. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress's forgotten beasts were inspired by the procedurally generated life forms within Starflight. And Starflight was mentioned among GameSpot's list of 10 games that should be remade. I believe there was actually a Fig campaign to try and make a third Starflight game. But the thing is that I don't know about a sequel, right? You know, you could make a Starflight sequel and remove what makes this very interesting, as has happened with many sequels. So I don't know if that's something we should necessarily aspire to. Okay. You know, I think just in the interests of preserving fuel in a snowstorm, let's just run back home. I did leave quite a bit in the tank, but I'm going to disembark. I'm actually going to go southwest before I go east again. Again, the hope is that I can find lots of valuable rocks. No Endurium, sadly. We've seen a lot of ruins, but no Endurium in them. Maybe I can get the one in the upper left? Something, I guess. Ooh, it's gold. That was worth it. But I gotta get 50 kilometers back. Oh yeah, we'll be fine. So I'll do a couple of eastern... Oh, no. I'll do a couple of eastern runs, and then I think I'll check out this little area to the west here, just because this is the last planet I'm going to be messing around with. So if I can turn this into more money, I'm going to be happier. I want to try and go a little bit later tonight, even though I'm very, very tired. And partly just so I can show... I don't know if I'm going to be able to do like an encounter with an alien race, but I'd at least like to give it a solid try. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to go to a sector that may be dangerous, but, you know, just being able to say, okay, we went here, we tried. I don't think... I'll do my best. Oh, we made it. Okay, cool. 10, so probably shouldn't get too happy about it, but... we shouldn't be walking back. But yeah, I don't know. At the very least, if we can just make it to the other system and see the sights. Good question. I know your ship has some fuel, has considerations like that. I don't know if that's true for the terrain vehicle. So in this case, we're going to launch, and again, I'm just going to go to that far left area, and then we'll see. I'm not quite sure how I would test it, because there's like... It feels like in the hailstorm, it actually also cost me more in terms of transport. So there's a number of variables that are affecting it. I'm going to say that probably weight is a spaceship thing, but not a terrain vehicle thing. But I'd put it to you this way. I wouldn't be surprised if I was, can't disembark in space. Well, I mean, in fairness, that's a little bit nicer than the game has been to me in other cases. You fool! You walked out of the airlock without a spacesuit. Game over. No. I think there's a bit in Monkey Island where I think you've gotten so used to not dying that you can walk on a certain part of a mountain. And like it makes it seem like you've died, and then it Olaf got injured in the hail, so we're gonna move back to the ship and wait for better weather. And then it just bounces back and he's like, "Hey, rubber tree." But yeah, exactly. I thought that was actually a really, really clever bit. So, let's be honest, like, this game definitely has a very serious tone, except for the religious bit. And the religious bit is like, it's like a completely different game. Like, the religious writings are bananas. It's like, to a certain extent, you can almost see... like this game deciding to play a couple of jokes on you, because it's definitely shown that it's willing to go a little silly. But yeah, I don't know. I suspect probably this is intended to be a little more. I suspect Orson Scott Card probably wouldn't be saying it's like it's the Star Wars of video games. If it went a little silly. Oh God, so much lead. I was wondering if I'd be able to get this metal. No, it's tin. Still, something I didn't have before. So I should mention that some of these items are things that I'll use in ship repairs. It turns out that I need crew repairs more than I need ship repairs. Let me just see if I can bring the... yeah, it's not that hard to see. So you'll notice cobalt, molybdenum, aluminum, titanium, promethium have a little asterisk by them, and they're repair materials. Now, we haven't really been in any kind of ship combat, so there really haven't been that many opportunities for the ship itself to be damaged. But that is something that happens, and it will actually affect your ability to sort of get important things done. I can't remember if it's speed or just the ability to do anything in the first place. More tin. Oh god, this is really rich. So I'm going to try and go as far out as I can, and then maybe the subsequent trips are for the closer and easier to get ones. Hey, gold. They want me to run out of fuel again. I wonder if resources regenerate. I don't see why they would, but... Still at 71% fuel. That's actually turned out pretty well for us. Gold. So the big dilemma here is, do I try and go for this fellow up here, knowing full well, you know what, there's absolutely no reason for me to risk a third terrain vehicle. Even though I probably could have made it. Let's just cool it. And maybe what I'll try doing sort of to make the trip worth it, let's just go as far north as we can, see if we can pick up something. Okay, looks like there's something there. So one nice trick that I learned is that you don't actually need to be on top of something to pick it up. You can just be adjacent. So when I'm not being impatient, I can actually get a little more out of my fuel reserves. I'm just going to try moving around this. Like, I'm going to take something of an indirect route back, just on the odd chance that there happens to be a nice little cache that I missed last time. But I think I will... If I don't find anything on this little expedition, I think we'll say that's it for this world, and we'll see what our net is after we repair or replace the skills that we lost. No, you fool. All right, well, southwest then. I feel like we already went southwest actually, but maybe just west-west. I am unimpressed by this west. So yeah, what I actually wanted to do was hit the launch button, not the disembark button, so So, despite the disaster of crew management and terrain vehicle losses, this is actually the best that I've done in the opening areas of Starflight. I have never seen a message in a ruin before. And the fact that there's some device called the Black Egg that I have coordinates for feels like a fairly significant development. So we'll see. We'll see what the world has to say about this. So I'm going to disembark. If you don't mind, I'm actually going to take a small break because I kind of need to clear my head a little bit. And if nothing else, maybe just like finish my coffee and things. But it's rad when a game can show you something new coming back to it after a while. Yeah, well, the important thing here is that I've never really played that much of Starflight. And the last time I played Starflight, like of any substance, was actually about a week or two ago when we lost that save file. But I've only ever been to one other system. Like most of the game is still in front of me. But I'm really looking forward to where it goes. Highly qualified female Thrin Talara seeks employment on outgoing exploration vessel, extensive experience as communications officer on board the ISS Intrepid, and has a Class 5 navigator's rating. So I'm curious if it's actually possible to recruit this person. I'm guessing no, but it would be really interesting if we could. Okay, so let's see what this lead gets me. We're currently at 10,421. Yeah, so we got 1,000 for our largest volume. But I suspect the gold. Yeah, we've actually got quite a bit of gold, so I think that's gonna save us from being too sad. Respectable. Not. I'm not like jumping for joy at that, but. So we've used up 4 of our Endurium. The big question for me now is: do I want to try and refuel a little bit more, or do I want to analysis of this artifact has revealed very little of interest. It has a slight value as an alien curio, but is otherwise totally useless to us. Another money pit. Fair enough. Did the game freeze? Nope. Wait, what the hell? I didn't want to sell my Endurium. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. That would have been actually. It looks like the exchange rate is even. So if you buy and sell, you're fine. Okay. So first thing we're gonna do is train up our crew members. Oh, so we just get like a human for free? I'll bring another Elo on, I guess. Spare sapling. Yeah, it doesn't cost you anything to bring a crew member on. It's only. I just wanted to see if it was possible to. I wanted to see if it was possible to. No, I'm gonna go to the shipyard. I just wanted to see if it was possible to hire that character that was mentioned before. So there's a side of me that wants to buy more cargo pods. There's also a side of me that wants to get a better engine. So an engine's basically going to clean me out. You know, I hate to do this, but I'm actually going to load up on cargo pods. So it's really, really hammered my acceleration here. So what I'm going to do in reply, that's another thing I can do. I can get shields, can get a laser cannon. Yeah, we'll remain a cargo ship for now. But I am going to buy some more Endurium, sort of anticipating that. And 8's going to cost me a lot, but I kind of need it. So 4 to replace what we used, and then 4 for the amount that I'm going to be using in future. So the idea here is that I really just need to mine the heck out of the system that I'm heading to. But if you don't mind, I realize that this is probably not for everyone. As far as games that I've played, obviously this is fun for me to play and imagine, but I don't know if everyone's quite getting the full, like, oh, this is like just like playing, you know, the Star Wars of video games. The game can be very quiet until it makes the noise that I realize is annoying people. So if this is the end of our time together, I appreciate you giving me the chance to show off. But I don't want to be gone for too long. So if I can, I will. I'll be back to do some more. I don't know how much longer I can go, because again, I am really feeling the effects of the lack of sleep, and it's past midnight now. But I just want to take a second to get some coffee, sort of walk around a little bit, just see if I can sort of wake myself up, and then we'll see if we can make a little bit more of a dent in the overall story. So I also encourage you, if you've not done so yourself, maybe take a second to get up, to get a stretch, or otherwise take care of yourself. I'm not going to run ads or anything like that, but I do need a minute to, I don't know, sort myself out. Let me see if I can make that text a little more friendly. Does it not give me a color option? It's not as clear as I wanted. That's what I got. I'll see you all in a minute or two. Okay, sorry about that. I am going to need to step away from the keys for one more brief second once the kettle boils. But I should maybe explain why that took a little bit longer. I bought a coffee, like just a McDonald's coffee, on my way home. I'm a sucker for frequent purchase programs, and but the problem and like the thing is, it's terrible to like put grounds down the drain. So what I also find kind of helpful is because I usually get like a really big coffee, I'll take the coupon off and then I will, I can usually use the large container to sort of store grounds or tea leaves or whatever. And then when it's convenient to just toss them into the recycling or compost or whatever, I'll do that. But the challenge is that if I put it down, like if it's full enough and I put it down beside one of the other cups, then it becomes a bit of a guessing game in terms of which one I need to pick up and finish. So I had to sort of shake and like, is it because it's old grounds, or is that liquid that's sloshing in? I can't tell. Anyways, because I would rather not poison myself, I took a second to double check that I was I was drinking the right one. There was one thing I wanted to do just before we jump back into the game, and again, I apologize for staying on this particular screen, but because the game does seem to mark the passage of time, I did kind of want to make sure that I was properly ready. One thing I am kind of curious in is, and Wikipedia is wonderful for this, I want to see what other games were released around this time. So I believe we said that Starflight was a game from 1986. So again, this is release. There are going to be games which had been in development for a shorter period of time that were being released at that time. The year is maybe not as critical, but home systems. Okay, best-selling home video games. We've got Super Mario Brothers. Oh wow, same year as Super Mario Brothers. Interesting. Ghosts and Goblins. Oh Jesus, these are all Japanese names. Okay. All right, so like all the classic. Oh, it's because it's Japan. That's. Is there not a PC category? Because I know Starflight. I know Starflight sold like 100,000 copies or something like that. Okay, well, there's a US section. Oh, UK and US. Oh, but those are arcade machines. So there's no list of PC games released in the 80s, huh? Yeah. Okay, well, tell you what, I'll let Google handle this, but my kettle is boiling, so I am going to bring the hot water over, and then we can focus on the game as well. Back in 30 seconds. Oh, was I being an idiot? Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but it'd be neat to have. I see. Oh no, hang on. Those are best-selling home systems. So Commodore 64 is a big seller. If we move down, home computer games. Oh, the top 10 titles in the UK were okay. Yi Kung Fu, Formula One Simulator, Commando, Green Beret Thrust, Ghosts and Goblets, Paperboy, Rambo, Kickstart, Ninja Master. I've heard of two of those. looks like the US. Okay, so for Golden Joystick Awards, Gauntlet was the game of the year. Huh, interesting. So, did Starflight just not count? If we go to 1987, does it get any awards then? No, interesting. But yeah, I don't know. What I was really trying to do here was just as kind of establish what other games were. Oh, as a subheading beneath notable release. Okay, actually that might be okay. So in 1986, I'll just go under notable releases: Sky Kid Deluxe, Icon Warriors, Wonder Boy, Bubble Bobble, Return of Ishtar, Breakout, Outrun, Rolling Thunder, Legend of Zelda, Super Mario, Metroid, Adventure Island. So like basically everything that the Kid Icarus. So yeah, so seemingly like everything that the Nintendo is known for was released in 1986. August 15th, Electronic Arts releases open-ended space exploration adventure game Starflight, which goes on to sell 1 million copies. Oh, Sierra Online, King's Quest 3. That's interesting. I didn't know that was an 80s game. Mind you, there's like 100 King's Quest. So Might and Magic Book 1. Might and Magic is the role-playing game, not the strategy. It's like Heroes of Might and Magic's the strategy one, I think. Activision releases Labyrinth, the computer game. It is the first of the LucasArts adventure games. I did not know that. Are we talking Labyrinth as in the David Bowie movie? No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's just a labyrinth. Froggy Software releases La Femme qui ne supportait pas les ordinateurs. I'm not even going to try. One of the first video games about cyber harassment and female experience on the internet. One of the first games with an overly feminist message. Was the internet a thing in 1986? Huh. I didn't even think that would be... I didn't even think the internet would be enough of a thing to merit mention in 1986. Cool. Anyways, yeah, what I was trying to do here was just kind of try to establish some context in terms of the other games that were out around that time. And like, it's really hard to see something kind of comparable to Starflight. When I do a Google search, you know, again, Adventure Island, Bubble Bobble, Dragon Quest, Metroid, Rampage, it was one we didn't mention, Castlevania, Rambo. I didn't know there was a Rambo game. But yeah, it's Howard the Duck. Well, I guess that would have been a big movie. So, but yeah. Anyways, I apologize for the digression. I'm sure that's not as that's probably more interesting to me than the everyone else. But what an interesting context. Yeah, it was a big flop. But I was just thinking like. I'm assuming it was a big release that disappointed as opposed to the as opposed to it just being something that vanished, like didn't have any build up. But I don't know. Like this is definitely not something I would know well. But yeah, I apologize. I think probably I missed. I think I lost most people on that digression. So my tea's done steeping, so I'm gonna get it out there, and we're gonna jump back into the experience. I think Jared appears in the game's cutscenes based on Bowie's appearance. Okay, yeah. So the I couldn't tell from the box. Then again, I haven't seen Labyrinth in like a decade, so that doesn't mean anything. But yeah, I thought the box was something different. I would assume if they call it Labyrinth the game that it would have been an adaptation. It didn't seem like it at the time to me. So okay, we will launch. So the aim here is to go to the neighboring system as instructed. So Elan, Shimmering Ball. I wonder if... So I noticed Elan was from the last time as well. I wonder if they're being nice and not making me move the... Well, no, because if it was predictable, then you wouldn't need the code wheel. So 62152. Are you sure? Apparently, I'm not. Ilan? GOG? Ilan? Shimmering ball. Okay, is there a lamb maybe? No? Shimmering ball. I don't see how that can be confused with anything. Eloan. 562152. Yeah. Oop. Oh! Did they just say, "Are you sure?" to make sure that I wasn't like second guessing myself? That's devious. Okay. So just as a reminder, so there was an instruction in our notifications in the game that basically said, sorry, I'm going to go to maneuver. So it basically told us to check, there was apparently something interesting on the second planet in the neighboring K-class system, ruins at 17 North, 162 East on the second planet. So just as a reminder, the little purple arrow here is Arth. That's our current system. K-class systems, as described in the manual, are orange stars. So this means that we want to go, upspin outward would be the terms that they use, but basically northwest, and it shouldn't be that far. So I definitely overloaded on Endurium, but the idea here is that I want to have, like, I got myself a lot of cargo space, probably more than I'm actually going to need. But what I want to do here is I want to really get the most that I can out of the, out of the worlds that I visit. And of course, I'm sure this will look familiar to Mass Effect fans too. Oh, here we go. Looks like we didn't need to go that close. Oh, there's a lot of worlds here. Interesting. So this is a slightly unstable star. I mean, to a certain extent, I suppose this makes it look like our existing system. But maybe just for the sake of argument, let's go to the second planet first. First planet would be like in order. I generally like to try and do things in order, but again, I'm not expecting us to run out of space. So let's go to the place we were told to check out first. Standing by to orbit, press spacebar to orbit. I wonder if my people are healed. So before I do any maneuvers. Ariel is at 100, good. Cheese is at 100. Olaf's at 100. I don't think there's a way for me to... Maybe status? Yeah, I was trying to see if there's a way for me to see the stats of the crew. I don't know if there is, though. I don't see why it would be the engineer. Anyways, let's scan something. Okay. So there's more life than minerals. Now, I would normally find that interesting, but based on our experience, picking up specimens does not make us any money. So for the most part, unless I wind up with some other indication, I'm pretty much going to be prioritizing minerals no matter what. Now, what's also interesting about this world is it looks kind of Earth-like in terms of its design, but we've got oxygen in the atmosphere, we've got water in the hydrosphere, we've got some minerals, so lead, chromium, and promethium. So let's just take a look at analysis, because remembering our ideal planet is temperate or tropical, less than 3 Gs for gravity, has oxygen in the atmosphere, so we've verified that. It has water. So basically, if the gravity is okay, the climate's okay, and the atmospheric activity is okay, this is something that we could log and make some money off of. Okay, 2.5 G. Not spectacular. Okay, so this is not a spectacular world by any stretch of the imagination, but temperatures from temperate to searing, so, stay away from the equator, maybe. Moderate global weather, so that's right at the edge of what's acceptable, but it's still acceptable. And again, the gravity is not welcome. 2.5 G is uncomfortable for sure, but it's less than 3. So with that in mind, we will log our first planet. Does anybody want to name the planet? I won't spend too much time. It's obviously my job to entertain, but if you are, if you're sufficiently interested, Space Water World. I'm gonna go my own. I'm gonna recognize the searing feature and go my own way on this and call it New Hot Tub. I hope that you'll consider that, at least in the spirit of your recommendation. Okay, so if we're going to be claiming stuff on the water, like if we're going to be claiming life, we're going to be claiming it on the water. My interest would definitely be to go to the mountainous regions for reasons I've already elaborated. But again, we are looking for the second planet, the ruins at 17 North, 162 East. So Space Hot Tub, but that's pretty good. Oh, yeah, I just figured, like, if it's a planet, space is implicit. So yeah, we can call the next one Space Hot Tub, just to confuse. Okay, so 162 East. There was a side of me that says, maybe we should try and like move a little off, so we don't land directly on top of the ruins, but I don't think that should matter. So 17 North, 162 East. This is, well, okay. We'll go one higher, one slightly more westward, and we should find the ruins. So again, this is a ruin site. Let me just double check I've got that. So we're going to 18 North, 162 East. Oh, interesting. So yeah, I want to give it a little space to make sure that it's not. I just want to give a little space in case we land right on top of the ruins. I suspect that's not what you're supposed to do. So give it a little space. The more redundant the always context prefix is, the funnier it is in your mind. Okay. I will keep that in mind for future planet recommendations. The Hitchhiker's Guide for Hitchhiking the Galaxy. FTL than light. Safe landing, Captain. Okay, we will disembark. So we definitely want to watch the weather. It is raining. Okay. It's coming straight for us. Get ready to capture. Unsuccessful. If I have to stun it, I will. Man, this thing's regressive. There we go. Life form captured and put in status. Yeah, man, that thing came right for us. That was terrifying. Is this a Mindworm Boil? Is that an Alpha Centauri reference? Okay, I don't see any ruin. Oh, okay, nope, there's the ruins. And I think that's actually some Endurium as well. But, God, I love Alpha Centauri. 17 North, 162 East. So this is probably the one the game's recommending to me. I will check these out as well, but I want to see what's going on over here first. A massage. Report to Colony Control at 16 South by 20 West, Planet 4, System 118-146. Due to the increased demand for hyper triticale and recent infestation of small furry creatures, which have depleted our stock, we... Okay. Hang on. Who's stealing your thoughts? So, I can't remember if we talked about this Valiant Cheese, but first of all, have you seen the film Baraka? Colony Control. And fourth planet at 16 South by 20 West. You've not seen Barack A, short for Obama. Yes. So Baraka, it has been way too long since you played that, by the way. You want to buy a compatible version now and play it. I actually got to stream it on GOG. That was, I think that was Pirate and Jade's doing. I was really grateful for that because I love that game so much. So one thing, and again, I apologize for, we've found a message log and I'm talking about another game, but so Baraka is this very good, I don't want to call it a documentary. It's actually much more of an experimental film. It's a non, like, there's no words to it. And it is sort of, it's recording real life and real events, but it's, I don't know, like a documentary you kind of associate with it advocating a particular point of view. So like, Inside Job is giving what seems like a very authoritative accounting of the 2008 financial crisis, but it is actually biased as hell and really frustrating. Oh God, War Photographer is just a gem of a documentary. There's one really dirty trick that they play on Christine Amanpour, which I think is very unfair. But for the most part, it's a really good documentary, and I think James Nachtwey is an incredibly impressive individual. But usually documentaries are sort of arguing for a particular point of view, implicitly or explicitly, whereas Baraka is something that you just sort of experience. And there's a follow-up called Samsara, but I think Baraka is the real gem. And Ron Fricke was the cinematographer and the director of it, but while there are some specially designed cutscenes for Alpha Centauri, what's interesting about it is that most of the wonders in that game, or special project, I think they give them a name that isn't Wonder in Alpha Centauri. But what's interesting about that one is most of the special projects, most of the like cutscenes from it are actually clips from the film Baraka. I didn't realize this until I saw Baraka, and then I played Alpha Centauri afterwards. But I thought that was a really, really interesting choice. And then for those of you who think that like obscure art films are not, connected with Sid Meier games are not a reason enough to go and check out your local library or wherever you watch your videos. I will also mention that Ron Fricke is an amazingly talented cinematographer, but he was actually specially brought in for the third of the Star Wars prequels. I know I mentioned this when Cheese was in the chat before. Valiant Cheese was in the chat before. But he was the cinematographer who was brought in for the battle between Obi-Wan and Anakin. I think the planet's called Mustafar. anyways, the lava planet. So he was basically sent out with some high definition cameras to go shoot volcanoes in the world, because apparently if you want to have the most amazing looking lava, you call Ron Fricke. And that was his job for, I don't know how many months. It might have even been a year, but like he just went out to volcanoes, and he is the reason. +2 space prequel points. Excellent. ask Outworld about Jar Jar Binks. But yeah, no. So for those of you who like your space prequels, you can check out Baraka for that. For those of you who just want to see the world in a very beautiful way, it's okay. It's not Planet Earth. Planet Earth is a proper documentary. Baraka is a little bit more of an experience. Like I said, it's an experimental film. There's no real dialogue. I think Philip Glass might be the composer. No, he was the composer for one of the other. Anyways, it's I think it is a very beautifully shot film, and I think it's one I recommend definitely. Samsara is more. Did you like Baraka? You can check out Samsara, but I think Baraka is really worth it. But particularly if you liked Alpha Centauri. If you want to know the origin for a lot of the cutscenes for it, it's actually that film. And again, it's a really brilliant little touch that they did, which was, in Alpha Centauri, how do you make the game about history? How do you transmit that to science fiction? You make it about philosophy. How do you realize some of these very abstract concepts in this world without doing sort of 3D renderings of like things that are hard to imagine? And their answer was to take this abstract film and cut it with some context. And I thought, like, Alpha Centauri is a very, very memorable game for me, and I have a suspicion that probably that's some of the reason why. To be honest, so I don't have a huge aspiration to make games, but it's actually conversations like this that kind of get the fire going a little bit. As an aside, Eric Chai, Another World's creator, is also a volcanologist, and some of that passion fed into From Dust. So I don't know what From Dust is. That's actually really cool. I also didn't know the term volcanologist until you mentioned it. Okay, let's try that again. So report to colony control at 16 South, 20 West, Planet 4, System 118-146. Due to the increased demand for hyper triticale and a recent infestation of small furry creatures, which have depleted our stock, that's all there is. Okay. So we will record the message. Oh, come on. Okay, so I'm assuming this is a breadcrumb for our next location. So before I go, I'm actually going to pause, or what I hope passes for a pause. There we go. We're actually going to bring up the map just so I can see what we're looking at. So we are here. And colony control 118-146. So X coordinates not too far away. That'd be somewhere around here. 146 though seems like it'd be far. What the hell did I just write? Yeah, 146 actually is not that close. What does the white mean? God, that T was exactly what I needed. I'm kind of getting my second wind here. Class F star. So, it's right in the middle. There's actually, I think there's a really good chance that we're going to find a world that we can colonize here. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to make that a bit of a priority to check out. I guess the big question is, how comfortable do I feel moving away from Arth without any kind of defense. Like, the thing right now is that I have literally no defenses. So if somebody decides to like beat us up, we're in deep trouble. But anyways, we'll see how it goes. First thing I want to do is see if I can find any materials. So I can go to the west and check out the other ruins, but it seems to me like this is a chance for me to maybe see if there's other opportunities in the area. Oh, yep, there is something in the top right-hand corner, so we're going to check that out. Again, we're not in the mountains again, so this is an opportunity for us to, stretch our legs a little bit. Okay, nothing there, unfortunately. From Dust is a game where you play as a god that control elements who leads a tribe of people through a series of lands. Has some similarities to Populous, but is more puzzle-focused and less conflict-focused. So, Lemmings. The lesser-known prequel to GTA. I guess it'd be Lemmings 2, the tribes, based on your description. Okay, scanning new terrain. So I always take the scanning new terrain as an indicator that I should be checking things out. Looks like there's some life forms. So life forms aren't the most exciting to me for reasons we've already stated, but it would be kind of nice if I could... So if I take cargo, and I say, okay, so the amorphous, if I hit that, describe... Yeah, that doesn't really tell me a whole lot. Is this a duplicate? I guess we'll find out. If it tries to kill us... Nope, we got it. So again, I don't expect a whole lot of money off of these things, but they're free, right? So it's 70%. Again, I don't have a whole lot of expectations in terms of what we're going to find, but I'd rather explore and potentially like find something of value, even if it's just marginal, rather than just sort of say, we'll probably find nothing and give it up. Oh, and lucky me, we've got a ruin. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever played Populous. I'm almost certain I have it through a throbbing mass. I'm pretty sure throbbing mass is pretty descriptive already, game. Thanks. Reminds me of my first date. Sorry. 3D free-floating camera and a focus on the physics of erosion firelight. Wow, that sounds really interesting. Like, would you say that is a well-known or popular game, or is it we're losing a lot of fuel. I think I'm gonna try and chart a path that doesn't involve going through these. Well, I guess I went through a couple yellow, but oh Jesus, it's northwest. Okay, cool. We should be. Oh yeah, we're totally fine. I think I got a little too spooked, but. Yeah, that game actually sounds really interesting, and I mean, Another World is certainly a very memorable game, a very memorable opening cutscene. I don't know if it was the original video, but there was definitely something that went around on. So that's Endurium that we just picked up. That's really cool. 5.9. So. It's just a standard ruin, but again, I'm happy to get the Endurium. I'm not going to complain about no messages. But yeah, I remember. Oh, small obelisk. I mean, again, I'm assuming all this stuff is going to turn out to be worthless, but Oh, from just a little. Okay, cool. Is from 2011. It's a little newer than Another World or Heart of Darkness. So I've never heard of Heart of Darkness either. But like Another World, I seem to remember something like making the rounds of showing how that opening animation was made. And like I remember it being like basically Legos, and like it looked incredibly primitive as a video, but as an animation, it like I think the Another World opener is a pretty well known like game opener. Like it that definitely feels like one that sort of kind of gone into the cultural memory, even if you haven't played the game. Like, come to think of it, I don't know if I've really played Another World. No, I've played it on my iPad, but I know it's not an iPad game. Yeah, I don't know. Like that, that definitely that's got to be a well-known intro. I'm gonna risk getting those minerals before going back to pick up the ruin. Just 10. Had a small team on that one. Another World was more or less a solo. Oh, interesting. So Heart of Darkness, it isn't. How are these games related to Flashback? Like, they're in the same series, right? Sorry, I realize like I sound like a moron being in the retro channel and like saying is like, yeah, Lemmings. That was for PC, right? You played that with a mouse. Delphine published Another World and published Flashback. That's the only connection. Oh, okay. Yeah, for some reason I thought there was some relation between them. Well, clearly I wouldn't have mentioned it if I didn't. But okay. Not so sure what to do about the... I think what I'll do, I'll keep going west, at least until I feel like my energy... Like, we're only 20 kilometers away from the ship, so I feel like we should be a little more... Oh, man, there's actually some decent stuff here. I want to be a little careful about fuel usage, but nice. Lots of Endurium. This is surprising. Okay, I'm gonna risk the minerals, or I'm gonna take the... Yeah, maybe not. I actually don't remember if the brown is higher or lower ground, but I think if I do icons... Okay, so yellow is lower ground. We should be fine, but I don't want to... I don't want to get too silly with the fuel usage. As you can see, the limited number of sprites for species becomes a little bit of a challenge. I'm trying to capture a bunch of stuff that I've seen already. I'm pretty sure we've been to that ruin already, but ruins are valuable enough that I want to give them a proper look. I actually think I'm going to try going south, because so far this has actually served us rather well. It's been a long time since you played Lemmings. It's not like you vividly recall all the details, but I happen to recall it was on PC, but that's because I recall having issues with one of the keys on your keyboard playing it. Did you use keyboard in Lemmings? I mean, I guess there'd have to be a keyboard option, but I always felt like that was a game that was really well suited for a mouse. It's a very high efficiency, but absolutely nothing worth looking at. At this point, I'll just go, as far south as I can, and maybe hope we run into something interesting. But head to the high ground so we can maybe find some goodies. Nope. I think at this point we'll just head back to the ship and see. I think the right way to handle this now. Oh, interesting. Okay, notice that when we go to the blue area, our efficiency actually plummets. So, I mean, I guess that makes sense. Like, I'm assuming that's water. Yeah, the game kind of gives you this impression that the lower you are, the better the efficiency. So I'm maybe a little caught off guard by the idea that if you go too low, it's actually just as bad as going on a mountain. Yeah, that's not a surprise. Let's see if our little friend here can give me something. I remember Lemmings more so from Elkanu, who I think was streaming Elden Ring, and he might still be streaming Elden Ring for that matter. But he has a great love of Lemmings. I, of course, have a great love of Grand Theft Auto, which, like I said, Lemmings was the precursor to that great series. The Lemmings-inspired game called Crab Lab that's been on your to-make list for nearly a decade. Oh, your to-make list. Okay, I would definitely... Okay, so I'll be honest with you. I would play a game called Crab Lab just for the name. It's definitely not a hovercraft. The terrain vehicle is a tracked one. Actually, one of the innovations... So the thing about the Genesis version of Starflight is it's not just a fancy new skin. They did actually add new material to it. So the biggest differences I know about this sequence is there are deposits of minerals lying on the ground. But generally what you will do in the Genesis game is you will mine. So you basically take a scanner, you scan, you'll get sort of sensitivities of, the relative richness of certain deposits. You'll move the terrain vehicle over the deposit, and then you'll hit like the mine button and it'll give you notifications. So again, it's very much like the mining in Mass Effect 2, just continuing with this theme of ways that this game might have emerged in the sequels. Again, they said that Starflight was an influence. I don't know if Casey Hudson was referring to the 1991 Genesis version or the PC version or Commodore or Amiga, Mac, whatever the thing was. I guess it was Amiga, not Commodore. I don't know. Wikipedia will tell us. But the other thing that changed was that you could actually get pontoons. So I don't know if you could go in the water without the pontoons, but it definitely adds another dimension to moving through the environment in the Genesis game. So I mean, to your simple question, definitely it's not a hovercraft, but for the Genesis game, actually it does treat water quite differently from this one. You never feel confident when naming things, but you've stumbled onto good names by accident with a lot of my projects and concepts. Tons of Dungeons, Australian accent makes that rhyme, is your current favorite from your to-make list. That is a good name. I've got one that I quite like. I think the one thing that so I mean, okay, so obviously I'm saying is like, oh, I don't have aspirations for game development, but like if you get me talking long enough, you'll know that you'll know that I do have ideas for games. And occasionally I'll even hear, oh, that's a really good idea. But obviously people play implementations, not ideas. That is why I need to shut up about those ideas and either make them or stop talking about them. But it's kind of interesting. So there's two reasons now why I don't talk. Okay, there's actually a handful of reasons maybe why I don't talk about ideas. One is I think it's very easy to get the like the credit and the rush from like the attaboy on a good idea. And like there is a benefit to sort of like trying something out, like to tell people, yeah, I've got an idea of like, we'll talk about, the greatest entrepreneurial film ever. The afterlife exists, and a bunch of guys make a cleanup agency based around it. Like that on your own is like, oh yeah, I'll totally see that. Like that's obviously a good idea. And, just, I'm going to back up the dump truck of money, and you tell me when it's enough and we'll make this thing. I don't think I'm going to have enough fuel to go to the left. So I think discretion's a better part of valor. We'll just go southwest next time. But the thing is that like if you take the the thing is that you can get the high of the kudos and then never make the thing, and that's terrible. Part of that is a question of like discipline or whatever, but like, oh Jesus Christ, it's an electrical storm that killed us last time. You watched New Bustin' for? Oh, the new. I didn't. So I know there was a all-female one that people got really mad about, and presumably just because of the casting. I don't know if there was anything particularly off about that one. Or is there an even newer one? Afterlife is the newest one. Oh yeah, I'm really out of touch with it then. Oh Jesus, this efficiency is garbage. I may not be able to make it to that mineral. Yeah, we're at 55. Yeah, we're in a windstorm in the mountains. There is no possible way we're making it back from that expedition. Jesus Christ, we're down to 13 by the end of that. I gotta check out the Ghostbusters then. Like, I really don't know. Like, the thing I really hate about big controversies, like the ones that were hit by Ghostbusters, but by no means like exclusive to Ghostbusters. Okay, it's clear. So if I'm gonna be able to make it, now is the time. I think there is value in saying, this thing just wasn't that good. Their heart was in the right place. They did their best, but this was not up to the standards that I expected. And it has nothing to do with, the fact that, the so-and-so said something in an interview or, whatever. Like, I think probably most people sort of know. I mean, for crying out loud, I still have a Woody Allen quote on my follower alert. I know the follower alert doesn't come up a whole lot, so that may not be there. And like, I get it. That's probably like, people are probably not going to like hearing that. It's just, I don't have a replacement. And for me, like, Annie Hall's still a good movie for me. But I know not everybody feels that way, right? So, but the big problem that I have, so like in general, it's sort of like, if somebody said something annoying in an interview, it's like, well, I'm sure I'll get mad if I read the interview, but because I like not being mad, I'll not read that interview, and I'll just watch and enjoy the movie. But the challenge is that if you're looking for a recommendation and somebody's decided to turn, Ghostbusters or whatever you want to watch into the latest front in the culture wars, all of a sudden you're no longer asking someone a recommendation about a movie. You're asking them, their political position basically. And I hate that. Like sometimes I just want to watch a movie. Is it called Answer the Call? It isn't horrible. Yeah. Well, that's just it, right? It's like, it's like we were talking about with Andromeda. Like, did Andromeda generate 100,000, gifts to convince people that it was the single most incompetent piece of gaming ever produced? Absolutely. Did that probably affect, the priorities in terms of creating Anthem? I mean, the animations in Anthem were really beautiful. So probably. But I don't know, like, the fact of the matter is that there were far more people in this stream talking about how much they liked Andromeda than people saying that, Andromeda destroyed their childhood. And I suspect probably, decent game, not the best, is a perfectly reasonable, take on that. But again, because it became the subject to talk about, all of a sudden it, there's a lot of baggage depending on where you stand on it. So, which sucks, right? Like, sometimes you just want to play a game. You like some of it, but you feel like there's a bunch of it that isn't to your taste, doesn't quite land as well as it could have. It's a shame it's not better, because it sucks when women and people of color end up being the target of excessive negativity, the kind that gets fueled by justified criticism that gets way out of hand. Yeah. That's the big problem I had out of it, which was that I effectively knew I would never get an honest answer about what someone thought of Ghostbusters, because if you have a problem with a certain type of person being on the big screen, the film's going to have no redeeming qualities. And if you want to fight the good fight and you really think that the box office return is going to decide whether or not women are going to do well in Hollywood, then you're going to feel a pressure to say that maybe you liked it more than you did. And it's a shame too, because like there's cases of people like Catherine Bigelow, who's an incredibly talented director, but it felt like there was a decade before she had a film that was both a box office success and something that was critically recognized as, worthy of her talent. So like she directed a film called Strange Days, which I actually think is still a very timely film. Like, if you like cyberpunk stuff, if you can find a copy of Strange Days somewhere, your best bet's probably to check like the DVD section in a library, because I don't even know if you can buy DVDs anymore. But usually libraries will have like older stuff. Maybe it's on VHS. Is that even a thing? Libraries can't have VHSs. Like, they almost certainly they're not going to play anymore. I don't know what the lifetime on those are. Like Strange Days is really good, but it was I think co-written with James Cameron, actually. I think they were married at the time. But the thing is, like, it didn't make any money. I think it's a very good film, but I don't know if she really directed anything for a long time after that. And then she did like K-19 The Widowmaker, which, I mean, it's got Harrison Ford starring it, right? So it's not like that was a nothing film. But again, that's not the sort of thing that you'd be like, this is a vehicle for a world-class talent. And then what sort of feels like out of nowhere, she got to do The Hurt Locker, and then followed it up with Zero Dark 30. I mean, those are amazing films. But the other thing is that those are films that don't necessarily, like, so those aren't necessarily the ones where you're like, this is going to be our representation of women in cinema. Particularly Zero Dark 30, because a lot of people were really uncomfortable with the fact that it depicted torture, and people felt that was implicitly endorsing the use of it, which I'm not entirely sure the film was doing. I thought the torture was really uncomfortable to watch, and I kind of wonder who watched that and said, yeah, this is okay. This film is definitely saying that what's happening right now is going on. So again, there's there's definitely a lot of talent, and I think there's something very interesting. I'd love to kind of know what happened and how she was able to sort of navigate Hollywood to do what she did, because in that particular case, I think is really interesting just because it didn't feel, I guess her winning the Oscar probably felt like a moment. But in this case here, it definitely felt much more like a director who had been overlooked for a very long time finally being recognized and sort of getting to do a project that was sort of equal to her talent. I think a large part of the reason why many of my responses get a bit wordy, you try to look for any topic from multiple angles and give opinions you've heard as well as your own to acknowledge your own probable subjectivity. I'm not sure if that's directly in reference to something that I said, Ed Baver, but I think I know where you're coming from on that. But yeah, anyways, I mean, I tend to feel, because I haven't seen the Ghostbusters movies, right? But I tend to feel a little more comfortable about it talking about games. But another great example of this that I can think of is the latest business about the Twitter acquisition, right? It sometimes feels very difficult to state a view on either the likelihood of the acquisition going through, or, you know, maybe the reasoning behind it, or you know, any number of things, without anything that you say being perceived as, you know, for either a participant or a particular group. And that's a shame because, like, obviously I don't have a very strong interest in any of the personalities behind it. Although I will maybe say, I think one unexamined factor in this is Jack Dorsey's departure from Twitter. I definitely feel like there's some bad blood between him and the board. Like I realized that at the time it seemed okay, but I definitely know Dorsey and Musk have had a long-standing friendship. And I mean, I'm not entirely sure that's a friendship that's worth 55 billion, but I definitely have a feeling that there is I have a feeling there's like a dimension to that that's, I don't know, like, I have a feeling that probably there is something related to the circumstances under which Jack Dorsey ceased to be the CEO of Twitter that are driving what we're seeing right now. And I don't think we're ever going to find out exactly what the deal was. But like, again, the drawback here is that I have plenty of things that I can say about acquisitions and, you know, where the stock price currently is and what that says about people's expectations regarding the status of the merger. But I also realize that if I talk about it a little bit, like if I were to try to talk about cryptocurrency or, you know, a certain basket of topics, nothing I would have to say about that would really be listened to. And instead, everything would be kind of parsed within that lens of like, are you for this thing or against it? And I tend not to find those very interesting articles. Uh-oh. Scanners indicate unidentified object. Oh my God. Hale? Pull over. This is the Interstellar Corporate Police. You are under arrest. Drop all your shields and disarm all weapons. You are in violation of intergalactic software theft law. Do not attempt to resist. What? But I put the code in. This is Captain Ezra Ariella of the Starship ISS. Oh, okay. So this is how the game makes sure that you're not, like you're not just not going back to port. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I probably don't need to be spending this much time talking about that, this topic, but like obviously, I actually think a lot of this stuff is worth talking about, and I think it would be nice to be able to have like just a grown-up conversation about a given topic. Like, you know, to be able, maybe to bring this back to Starflight, like to be able to say when No Man's Sky comes out, to say, wow, like this is like looking at something as if like Starflight had kind of become, I don't know, like Quake or Doom, and like everybody was inspired by that and continued to develop along these lines. What an interesting world this would have been. To instead of just like, you know, offering something like that and then knowing you'll see like 20 messages in chat saying Sean Murray lied. You know, obviously now with distance, we're able to have this kind of conversation, but I don't really think that's necessarily one that at the time of the release, it was one that we could have run into. This is interesting. I really thought, so this is actually a really interesting case of copyright protection here. I will get back to what was said in chat, but I want to try and focus on Starflight as well. So like, there was this really special moment where in Starflight, we were getting ready to encounter our first, like sentient entity in space. And it turns out it's the copyright police making sure that we didn't pirate, you know, a game from 30 years ago. So it's kind of funny, right? Like, you know, hey, you know, okay, we're the Interstellar police. We got to make sure that you bought the game. This game has enough humor in the manual to like kind of make this pass, but to a certain extent, right? Like this is not really helping the fantasy of like, my God, this is an infinite galaxy, you know, who knows what's in this system? You know, maybe we're going to see the devilish squid people who will blow us up or something, or will revere us as gods, or, and yeah, it's not just like, okay, I gotta do the, gotta do the password thing. So, anyways, from your outside perspective, hey, Knight 97M, and It Is D-Pain. So It Is D-Pain, you were playing a game. Actually, Knight, were you playing that with him as well? I only saw D-Pain's, like I saw him on mute, so I saw Dungeon of the Endless moving around, but like, I really like that game. I actually, one of my Steam guides is Dungeon of the Endless. That's a really neat little, I'm terrible at it now. Like I used to be much better, but yeah, were you playing multiplayer Dungeon of the Endless? Cause I've never actually played it with anyone. But Knight 97 and It Is D-Pain are two people who I know from the the Pointless Discourse podcast. It Is D-Pain and Apocalypse. Actually, I should do a shout out for Apocalypse as well. Two wonderful streamers, and they have an excellent rapport. So they host a podcast where they'll talk about just about everything. But I was invited to talk about science fiction stories, and Knight 97 was another guest, so we got a chance to talk about everything from Starship Troopers to Blade Runner. I think we talked about, or not Blade Runner, Andrew's Dream of Electric Sheep. I got to talk about Man in the High Castle, although I didn't get to talk about why it was my big choice, because Hop wanted to read it. Dune, I think, came up. I think D-Pain likes that Spice World movie. But yeah, they're two really, really wonderful streamers. I knew Knight 97 more as a chatter in D-Pain's channel until that podcast, but wonderful people, and you were ridiculously kind for hosting me. We're playing Starflight, which is a game which was an inspiration for Mass Effect, and I've kind of been talking about it ad nauseum almost, in terms of the influence that it had, both in positive aspects of Mass Effect, but also things that they never quite were able to realize. And right now, the space police are making sure I have a legitimate copy of this 30-year-old game. I am just going to take a quick second here before I lose the chat, though, because I know Ed Baver and Valiant Cheese had stuff to say. From your outside perspective, Hollywood feels very tricky to navigate. Seems like a flop kills your career, and not having your first projects take off can kill your career. So the band of people who are accepted as doing valid work feels very narrow and very transient. Yes, actually, the one test I had wanted to check is the sort of the survival rates for actors versus actresses, because it feels like Julia Roberts, Meryl Streep, maybe Reese Witherspoon. But it's like this, it's like something I can count on one hand of sort of actresses I can think of who have kind of come back from a somewhat high profile failure. Whereas you can definitely see a number of actors who've kind of come back from what seems like the wilderness, but like they're still given more vehicles. And I don't know if this is just something about box office draws. Like the one analysis I'd never want to do is just say, just put some covariate for men and women and like look for a significant coefficient and say, see, that's discrimination. Like, obviously you need to factor in a number of other, a number of other variables. But it really does sort of feel like the drop off for someone who like doesn't deliver in the box office is pretty steep. And what interests me is that obviously so many female roles are supporting roles in many cases. And so you would think that this is the one that you would not necessarily associate with like the success of the film resting on it. I mean, again, some of those names I was mentioning, like Meryl Streep and Julia Roberts, obviously are people where it's like you go to see a Julia Roberts movie. Generally that is the biggest name inside of it. But yeah, I don't know. Like it's definitely not something that I've investigated at any length. And obviously now with comic book movies, like in those ones, the actors, they're important. The stars are especially important. But like obviously these are franchises and properties where it's really just the continuity of the story that's really driving this anyway. But anyways, Ed Baver, this is what I meant to reply to. Specifically, the concept of agreeing to disagree is the starting point for any discussion, not the ending point. Okay, I want to imagine this is cool alien wearing a humanoid hat and those black dots are the eyes. I definitely prefer that interpretation. Okay, you died a lot in Dungeon the Endless, so working as intended, and you don't know anything about Mass Effect except what you learned from Hop. You punch a reporter and you can kiss a fish. Both true, but Hop has not told you about the Elcor. So please get Hop to read you... You know what? I actually think take your favorite passage from either Ecclesiastes or the Song of Solomon or Song of Songs, depending on which version you're reading, and ask her to read it in an Elcor voice. All right, sorry. We will now, and sorry, hello everybody from D-Pain and Night 97's chats. I apologize for being very wordy, but that is my nature. So our apologies, Captain. There seems to have been some kind of mistake. You can go. Have a safe voyage. Communications have been terminated, leaving the encounter. But yeah, so that was interesting. I was really kind of... I don't know. I still kind of feel like the magic moment of like the first encounter with aliens that aren't a member of my crew was kind of stepped on with the piracy thing. But on the other hand, it is actually kind of funny. It's almost very Hitchhiker's Guide-ish to like run into the space police to make sure that you're not playing a pirated copy of the game. So I'm not going to fault it too much. But I think it's clear to see why we think DRM is annoying. Wait a minute. I thought GOG was DRM free. I want my money back. So anyone from D-Pain or Night's stream, if you are, and of course I include the streamers as well. I know, especially if you've been streaming for a bit, you're probably going to want to go to sleep. Do you want to know a neat detail about this world that we're looking at? First of all, I'm going to bring up the science officer. No bio 15 minerals. Oxygen in the atmosphere, though, and there is water. So how livable is it? Light gravity, not in... Oh, wait, that's in the optimal. Oh, is this something we can colonize? 0.86 G. Very thin atmosphere. But, I mean, it exists and it has oxygen. Calm, tropical to inferno. So, again, it's not an ideal world, but it's definitely one that we can log. I think Cheese has said he's BRB right back. Does anybody want to name this planet? I've got some ideas, but we can move on. But yeah, if let's say I won't repeat stuff about like the generation of planets and all of that, unless people are interested. But if any of you are interested, I'm very happy to discuss. I don't know, a couple of details about how the game did its planets and some of the neat little features of what we'll see when we descend. Tropical Inferno. Oh, obviously, there's an obvious name for this. Speaking of actors that are given a second chance. Okay, so we're gonna land. There's no biology for us to pick up, nor would I really want to, because it's not really worth the money, or it's not really worth the space. We can get more money from minerals. Although, let's go back to the science officer. I can't remember what. Need a current sensor reading. Magnesium, rhodium, and plutonium. It actually seems like a pretty decent little combo. Sorry, what was the composition again? Magnesium, rhodium, plutonium. Plutonium. Oh, rhodium's even more. God, this is a really... So it doesn't have a lot, but what it has is pretty valuable. Magnesium's the lowest cost. But I mean, honestly, we were on a world where we had like lead and tin. Okay, this could be a pretty profitable world. I think I'm going to want to spend some time on this. So again, because we're focusing on minerals, we want to go to the high ground. And the good news is the atmosphere is calm, so we shouldn't have too many problems kind of doing multiple trips. So I know it doesn't look like much, but this is very impressive for 1986. Okay. Electrical storm. Oh my god. Get back on the ship. Cheese got wounded. So we'll go... I know the doctor doesn't treat in the terrain vehicle, but we can at least queue it up. And hope we get a little luckier. I said the atmosphere was calm, but apparently not. Oh, no, don't launch. Disembark. It's clear. Okay. So, as always, just a quick peek in the general area. If we go east, we've got some minerals to pick up off the ground. Least valuable that we know of, but can't complain. So in this case, I'm just going to go sort of as far east as I can. And part of this is just exploration. Obviously, if I see an opportunity to get something valuable, we'll change course. But this is really just a chance for me to see whether or not this... we realize the potential that we saw in the list of minerals. So I want to be a little careful that I don't spend too much time in the mountains. So our efficiency is 13 in terms of movement. So this is one of these times I want to be careful in terms of how far I go. Let's take a second to spend some more time on the gray. Okay. So this is around the time I should probably think about going back. That's bait. We're at 63. Let's see. You know what? We probably would have been fine. Can't find anything. Time to nuke it. This isn't Warhammer 40k, D-Pain. Oh god, another electrical storm. I'm actually going to go all the way east to see if I can get that mineral. I feel like a big baby for not going and getting it, so we'll see if I can remember where it is. Oh, there's something south there. Rodnium. So for those of you who have not visited the stream before and like Mass Effect, this is basically where the Mako came from. I can't believe I'm doing this. Magnesium! Is an archangel people that a banned religion that resulted in making... Wait, well, yeah, there isn't an archangel people that banned religion that resulted in making a religion. Are we still talking about Warhammer 40k? Or are we talking about places you go in the Oregon Trail? Okay, good. It's like, is this a very weird reference to another sect I can think of? All right. I don't think I've gone west yet. If this is where the Mako came from, you sort of wonder why the Mako did not have a fuel capacity. Probably because that would be frustrating as hell. So the thing is that like part of, so if you, okay, so again, armchair game design here basically. So please take everything that I'm saying with a grain of salt, but you can think a little bit about the environment where you have the Mako in Mass Effect and the environments in Starflight. So, 800 fractally generated worlds that you can explore. And, again, you've got your big sandbox. Yes, there's a narrative string in it altogether. But if you just want to go and be a trader, that's fine. I don't think the game's going to yell at you for going off and living your best life any more than, Oblivion's going to get after you for not dealing with the Oblivion crisis. Now, one of the things is that some of these planets are huge. Like you'll notice that there are different sizes and that the precision in terms of moving on the map does, I mean, I might be reading too far into this, but it does feel like the precision is different on the larger worlds, which suggests to me that the size of the planet does matter, that you can have small planets where you can get a pretty good distance in the terrain vehicle. And there are some where you're only going to put a small dent in the coverage. So the thing about Mass Effect is, and again, I really do not mean to be slamming Mass Effect here, right? I think that is as much of a limitation of the hardware and the technology that they had to make the game as it was, a conscious decision on their part. But effectively, the Mako sections are just very, very large rooms, right? You've got a big square map. The terrain is kind of bumpy and things like that. But effectively, it's a big square rectangle, basically the same thing, where you can do your things, right? Where you can pick up your items, and obviously you've got combat that you can do as well. I mean, there's combat in Starflight as well. It's maybe just not as not quite as action packed. But basically, you don't have the same. So the purpose of fuel, I feel like in Mass Effect, isn't quite the same. So the idea of going back to the Normandy to refuel, I think, would just be another frustration. I mean, the other thing is, we don't know about earlier versions of Mass Effect. It's entirely possible that maybe they did include fuel. But I think in the case of Mass Effect, just because you don't have as much territory to explore, there isn't that same need for fuel. Whereas in the case of Starflight, right, I'm making this kind of interesting exploration decision in addition to exploring this galaxy with a bunch of different systems and planets that I don't necessarily know what their atmosphere is going to be like, whether or not they're suitable for colonization, et cetera, et cetera. I can go down to a lower level and I can set foot on an alien world, and there are certain dangers. There can be environmental hazards. Gravity is going to affect the amount of fuel that I need to sort of move around on it. I'm going to, if I want to get the highest value resources, I'm also going to be limited in terms of how far that I can move. And so you have to make these interesting decisions in terms of how far you want to study this world and see what's going on. So what this comes back to is sort of where I was talking about the procedural generation versus where AAA gaming went, which is that Mass Effect is a beautiful game. It is superbly voice acted. It has got a phenomenal soundtrack. That game is a feast for the senses, and I really enjoy playing it, and I'm very engaged in its story. But in order to be sort of like a Hollywood experience, there is a very large team of people who are working incredibly hard to realize every aspect of this world, right? Every plant that's placed down, cups on desks. There are people who are hired specifically to put all of the like little bits of litter and trash that you can see in that world. And that's very different from what Starflight is doing. And again, what kind of the current crop of procedural generated worlds are doing, which is instead of having a very large army of people who are actually realizing the world, they're using some fancy mathematics to try and create this very large world to explore. And so in the case of Mass Effect, like, you actually want someone to go exploring all of these areas. You don't necessarily want to create these restrictions to say that, oh yeah, we spent so much time creating all of this content that, we want people to do. The way that it kind of creates its sense of space is by giving you lots of it and giving you a means of going into it. Whereas in the case of Starflight, it certainly doesn't mean that they didn't put any effort in the procedural generation. Like they said, it's 15 person years in terms of, I guess they called it man years in the manual. In terms of the work that they put into making this game. But they also said, 800 worlds, they haven't explored all of them yet. And so with that in mind, it's a very different kind of experience. Just like No Man's Sky, I don't think Hello Games ever expects, even all players who will play that game over all history. I think there is an expectation that there will be worlds that have been created in one sense for that game that will never actually be seen by anyone. It might be seen as part of by an AI that's kind of doing some checks or whatever. But I have a feeling that the game has basically, they've sort of acknowledged that because they just created such a large amount, but because they didn't spend the time sort of handcrafting everything, that they're actually quite okay, that they're going to basically forever be parts of the map that basically have got a big dragon written on it saying, "Here be monsters." I think, and to a certain extent, that's a really cool idea, but I guess also kind of sad in a little way. The Emperor banned religion for humanity and worship for him, but humans didn't stop, which showed they needed something to worship. So he said, okay, there's a lot of Warhammer lore stuff in there that you're too lazy to reread, but it's a thing. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I didn't realize you were a big Warhammer 40K fan. Sorry. Anyways, hopefully that answered the question about the fuel. And again, like, that's my take on it. Like, I obviously have no intention whatsoever of speaking for BioWare, but I would have to assume that if you're spending so much time realizing this world, in terms of like dedicating human resources towards creating it, that creates a very different incentive structure in terms of making it difficult to experience it. But there could be other reasons. You just listen to a podcast. Okay. So how do you know they didn't make it all up? I want to be careful because I have a tendency to lose terrain vehicles, but let's see if we can find some more minerals. Oh God. I don't, but I'm okay with being wrong. Well, see, you don't need to be okay with being wrong. What you need to do is you just need to change Wikipedia to reflect whatever opinion you just stated. Obviously, with 44 energy left over, I feel like a bit of a wimp, but I'll feel like less of a wimp. Sorry, I'll take feeling like a wimp over feeling like an idiot for losing yet another terrain vehicle when I've explored 2 of like 8 planets in a system. So for those, yes, actually, sorry, because I think the majority of people watching were not here for the earlier moments. So what happens? So I should maybe be doing a better job of explaining what's going on here. If you're talking about the fandom wiki for Warhammer 40K is bonkers. It's like a rodeo for me. So I think I read whatever the big battle between the Emperor and like the rebel space marine. I think his name's Horus for some reason, but I've also been reading some Egyptian stuff, so I may be getting it wrong. No, Horus Harris. Yeah, it's definitely Horus. And like, it's compelling, right? Like, obviously Games Workshop knows what they're doing in terms of the setting and like, getting people engaged with it. It's definitely like everything gets turned up to 11 in that setting. And unrelentingly bleak. But that wiki needs an editor. Like, I have tried to read an article beginning to end, or that article in particular from beginning to end, and it's hard for me to say any given moment in that is like bad or not engaging. But there's just so much of it. Like, there are papers in Econometrica that aren't as like dense as the final battle between the Emperor and the prodigal son. Like, I who writes that? Who reads that? I mean, it's a wonderful testament to how. Oh God, I think I just screwed myself. We're committed now. But I need a very, very careful plan for getting back home, or we are in deep trouble. Okay, so it's 54 kilometers northeast. The closest gray is if I had like 5 up and then so yeah, sorry, I should explain what happens. So if I run out of energy while if I run out of energy while I'm outside in the terrain vehicle, I lose the vehicle and we take damage on our way back. It is absolutely miserable. I think we'll be fine. I'm going to be clenching for a little bit, but... But yeah, so you can see these values here. So energy is what's left. Just think of it as fuel. Efficiency is the roughness of the area you're in. So again, the higher value stuff is in the rougher areas, which means you're going to have you're not going to make as much coverage. And then cargo is just what you've got available in the terrain vehicle. But again, if you run through your energy reserves and you're not back to the ship, you lose it, and you have to pay 10,000 to get another one. So maybe that's where Dan Simmons gets his source material. I thought he got it from Homer. Simpson, obviously, not the blind poet of ancient Greece. Who reads that guy? I feel like I've already gone southeast. I don't know. We'll take a look. Like I said, there's a lot of high value material here, so I don't think it hurts to double check. He says as he picks up the 1.1 of the 200 value commodity. What I'll do here is I'll start heading west. I'll maybe go a little south. I'm kind of splitting the difference here, which is never an exciting choice, but I don't know. I do like... Oh, wow. That came out of nowhere. Oh, it's Rodnium too. Cool. I'm never allowed to say that's not an exciting choice now. Actually, you may be proud of me for this, D-Pain. I have never read Terry Pratchett. That's not the thing you'd be proud of me for. The reason you should be proud of me is I actually just bought my first Terry Pratchett book today. I have no idea when I'm going to get around to reading it, but... Okay, I think we've seen what we want from 19 North, 32 West, but again, there's lots of high-value materials here, and we have got a lot of cargo space. I don't know if it will say... I feel like it would be helpful for them to tell us how much of our cargo space we've used up. Maybe the science officer can tell us in status. 17% of our cargo has currently been used. Which, in fairness, would probably be the four... like, if we only had 4, we'd probably be having to head home by now, but... Okay, I don't like that I'm doing this, but okay, 1932. I just wanted to double check that I had or 2032. I just wanted to make sure that I had the right coordinates. So we're going to launch and we're going to land again. And again, this is just because we've got a lot of cargo space and there's actually quite a bit of valuable material here. So if I can mine as much as I can out of these planets and not have to come back, that's obviously better for me than having to make multiple trips and spend the Endurium to head out here. So we'll land again. So maybe thinking maybe we head over here and then one round over here. What? You haven't read any Terry Pratchett? Get out of here. No. So I think I said I was going to get people to opt in on this. What's neat about this is, so the reason why this game has sort of these procedurally generated worlds, I believe one of the reasons for it is space. So obviously, if you're dealing with hardware constraints, you can't just simply have 800 worlds sort of pre-rendered and ready to go. I mean, it's not like modern games do that anyway, although, clearly the hardware is capable of that. But what's neat here is that, these are being generated inside the game, but these descents, right? This is an actual... So this map is a projection of the world that was generated, and the world that's spinning is that map put onto a sphere. And this section of the world that we're moving down to is the game actually calculating what the world looks like as we do the descent. So, I mean, again, we're in a world of No Man's Sky. We take this for granted. For crying out loud, you go from the ground in No Man's Sky up into space, and there's no loading screen. That's ridiculous. But the... this is a game from 1986. So I don't know. I still think it's really cool to see that. You should waddle off to Sleep Town. You have to wake up early tomorrow. Have fun with the retro effect. Toodles, everyone. So thanks, is D-Painted. Thank you very much for the host. I'm definitely streaming a lot later than I was planning, but here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to try and wrap up these worlds. I mean, the thing is that there's a lot left in this system. So what I'll try and do is I will try and turn in everything in the starbase. Like I said, the T kind of gave me a second wind, so I want to try and do a nice big run of Starflight, particularly because I really don't know if or when I'm ever going to get back to this thing. But just take a chance to see the sights. I'm well into stuff I've never seen before inside this game. And take a chance, particularly if people are watching, watching for the first time, or if people are kind of curious about some of the stuff maybe we've talked about before. I'm very interested in what people think of this game, because again, I said this before, but I was originally going to do Hand of Fate 2, and that's a wonderful game. Like, I'm definitely going back to it. But one of the big challenges with it is, or not with Hand of Fate 2, one of the big challenges with this game is that it's like what Ed Baver said, the purr of the engine in this game is not necessarily, it does not spark joy. 57 away. This is greedy as hell, but I am going to move up to... Okay, so 55 with 60 kilometers away. It's possible I've just lost everything, but we'll go to the map. So I'm definitely going to take advantage of this brownish area to try and get a little bit of an edge. Actually, first of all, let me just make sure that the brown area, I believe that is lower. Yes. So we'll start by heading through here. Just get the better fuel usage. But yeah, so obviously this game is dead silent except for the time that it plays a sound that people find annoying. And I find this a very compelling fantasy, and I think it is particularly cool how this relates to a lot of things that we sort of consider to be maybe not state of the art, but definitely an interesting direction that a lot of games are going, whether it's procedural generation or sandbox. So if you think about these two basic things, Dwarf Fortress, Crypt of the Necrodancer, I mean, there's no shortage of games which have... so the whole genre of roguelike basically is taking the procedural generation from the game Rogue. And that is something that's kind of considered to be generating a lot of replayability. Or as I was saying before, No Man's Sky, with the ability of just being able to produce a lot of experiences without necessarily having to have a staff that sort of scales with the scope that you have, or that you want. That's, I think, something that I think most people would consider to be a new or a very modern development that is quite exciting. And sandbox games are really popular. I mean, to a certain extent, they've always been popular. You've got The Sims. You've got, before that, you've got SimCity. Modern times, you've got everything from Factorio, Satisfactory, Industries of Titan, RimWorld. And then, of course, there's, more multiplayer ones like Ark and Rust and Conan Exiles. What's most interesting about these is that there seems to be no shortage of appetite for them. So if somebody comes out with another sort of survival crafting game tomorrow, I think there's a very reasonable expectation that it is going to do well, even though there are lots and lots of games like that already out. So this is by no means a survival game, but again, if you think about the things that people are getting excited about, procedural generation, sandboxes, kind of big experience generators, this game does seem to hit a number of those trends. And obviously it hits those trends at a time when, other things that are being released are Adventure Island and Castlevania and Metroid and Mario Brothers. Although again, Cheese made a good point of saying that Elite was also something that kind of came out around this time. I do not believe they influenced each other. But I mean, I guess that's a little bit like... I actually don't know the years that these were released, but I guess it would be a little bit like Ultima Underworld and like Arena, the Elder Scrolls Arena. Like it sort of feels like they're parallel developments. And I mean, obviously, to a certain extent, what they share is the first-person perspective. But you kind of wonder if there was, like, if they knew about each other, because they do sort of seem to be realizing that same, I mean, in that case, quite literally fantasy of, maybe capturing Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, to a certain extent, it's a quote-unquote obvious idea, right? It's not like game developers have never heard of Dungeons and Dragons. In fact, they seem to really like that setting. So I suspect for a while people have sort of said, we want to make the game that feels like you are playing Dungeons and Dragons on a computer. Mind you, even then, like, obviously Elder Scrolls did so by giving it a first-person perspective, but I suspect probably the most beloved of the examples of realizing Dungeons and Dragons to the to a digital space would be Baldur's Gate, which is very much like the tabletop, right? You've got sort of a more omniscient kind of perspective. The text boxes are a little bit like the DM telling you, you approach the gates and so says blah, 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 and you have to, although for what it's worth, I've never beaten Baldur's Gate. I don't think I've ever gone past like the second act in Baldur's Gate. Got it on my iPad, but I have a semi-heretical belief on those games. And like, I say it partly just to annoy people, but I think there's a small little bit of truth in this as well. I think to a certain extent, people like to feel like they like Baldur's Gate a bit more than they actually do like it. I'm partly talking my own book here because I remember when I first played it, I think I wanted to play like a mage. I just like mages. And like, I get to this inn, like, I think it's just shortly after Gorion dies, and there's, like, this assassin waiting for me. And the assassin, like, it's not even close. The assassin just turns me into, like, this stain on the ground immediately. And it's like... And then I kind of realize apparently this is just what it's like to be a mage in the Dungeons & Dragons setting. Like, you are absolutely useless until you get to a certain level. And then when you get to that certain level, you are just a force of nature, and the rest of the party might as well just go home, because there is absolutely no point in even pretending that you are contributing something when, you know, the wizard apparently just decides to, like, take a planet and drop it on the bad guys. I'm exaggerating, of course. Now, obviously, I got past that. You know, eventually, I got to, I got to experience more of the game, but, like, I still haven't seen that much of it. And definitely a lot of the battles involve a lot of sort of trial and error and return back. And clearly the game sold very well. So it's not like a whole group of people, you know, mysteriously lied to themselves about liking the game. But the thing is, I'm not entirely sure that if you sit down, particularly if you don't have a fond memory of that game, I'm not entirely sure people who are sitting down and playing that game for the first time are saying, oh, wow, they really don't make them like they used to. Well, maybe they're saying that, but they're not saying that in, like, a positive sense. I don't know, like, it's one of these things where I realize that what I'm saying can sort of be perceived as saying, like, and again, this is heresy to say in a retro channel, but I'm not trying to say that Baldur's Gate is bad. But I do sort of wonder to a certain extent how much of this is sort of acknowledging the reputation as opposed to the, you know, the actual experience. And one of the reasons I say that is that I consider the two, well, I guess there are three, but two that I've played, games by Obsidian, Pillars of Eternity and Tyranny. I actually really like Tyranny. Now, I haven't played Tyranny to the end, but I thought the opening was really interesting, and I can remember some of the decisions I needed to make and the setting, like, all of that I was into it. And I am really trying my hardest with Pillars of Eternity, but it feels like a chore. And I think one of the big reasons for it is they choose to come up with fancy names for everything. So you can't have a Duke spelled D-U-K-E. You have to have it spelled D-U-C. I think the problem whenever I run into games like that is I feel like there is going to be a test at some point, and I need to pay attention, and I need to, like, read pages and pages and pages of history to kind of get what's going on. And I guess where I'm trying to go with all of this is when I talk to people who say that they really like Baldur's Gate, I'll hear, love Baldur's Gate, greatest RPG ever made. And then I'll say, so did you play to the end? And now again, I have something of a restricted sample here. I usually hear no. And that's a little funny for a game that is so recognized for its, you know, its story and its, you know, like, I don't feel like Baldur's Gate is one of those things where you just kind of throw it away after a little while. Although that's been my experience of it, obviously. And Pillars of Eternity, I think, kind of captured a lot of the nostalgia for a game like that. But then Tyranny, which is actually the game I enjoyed more, didn't seem to sell that well. I think eventually it made its money back, and I know Pillars of Eternity 2 was also a slow seller. It was almost kind of like people sort of realized maybe that's why those kinds of games don't get made anymore. But then, you turn around, you've got the Larian games like Divinity Original Sin 2 and Divinity Original Sin. And of course, they're the ones doing Baldur's Gate 3. But I suspect to a certain extent this is also just a reflection of the fact that they've modernized it. Like, those are ones where they've taken we want you to feel like you're playing a tabletop game to its furthest extent and just try and create as many combinations so that if you say, I see there's oil on the floor, I throw my torch at it, you're going to have a recognizable effect. So anyways, I'm really rambling on this, but I guess what this generally gets me thinking about is the question of how much, in terms of these games, we are kind of acknowledging the reputation. And again, like all of the games I've talked about, Baldur's Gate is wonderful in its own way, but I also find it quite difficult to play. And I think that's actually reflected in a lot of games that have been inspired by it. I'm not entirely sure. I guess I haven't really played the original Diablo in a very, very long time. But I kind of wonder what that game is like now in a world where Diablo 3 exists. And then on the other hand, I don't hear a lot of people talking about Starflight. And maybe that's just kind of the circles that I run around in, or maybe that is... So I don't want to make a meal out of this, but I would like to see if we can snag a little more high value material. I don't know, like this is a game where the people who made this really memorable series that still, despite a very high profile sort of failure, for lack of a better term. Like I believe Andromeda didn't do too poorly financially, but it's also very clear that they were not going to put any more support into that game. Like they tidied it up and abandoned any sort of post-release content. I'm assuming abandoned. Like it seems weird to me that you would make a Mass Effect game and then not have plans for DLC. But yeah, like obviously, despite what happened with Andromeda, BioWare can tease a fifth Mass Effect game, and people get very excited for it. And the people responsible for that series have acknowledged the debt to Starflight. And again, this game seems to exhibit so many characteristics that we consider to be among some of the more interesting developments, even if it's just in indie games. But it actually kind of just took me tooling around, like looking into procedural stuff, to see, to try this out and pick it up. One thing I do know, so again, I highlighted earlier the fact that this, for most, if not all of the people, this was their first game, which again is slightly mind-blowing. Is it Gary Johnson was the guy's name? Let me just, I'll take a second here to double check. I know it's real time, but there aren't any monsters to kill me, so... Greg Johnson. So I believe Greg Johnson would go on to make Toe Jam and Earl, which it's a name, like that's a title that I had heard of. I still don't know what that game is about. But I was a little surprised to see the cover and then hear that apparently it's a very early example of a roguelike. Actually, this would be interesting. Like if any, I think most people are probably here for lurking, but if any of you are interested in active chatting, is there anybody here who's played Toe Jam and Earl, or could like give me oh god, I might lose my vehicle. Let's get back to the gray. Is there anybody here who could kind of explain that game to me? Oh my god, we're screwed. I'm gonna do my best to stick on the gray, but oh, we might. Our reserves are gonna save us. They better at least. Ah, Jesus! I'm never doing that again. I don't even remember what directions we've gone yet. Feel like we've gone south already. I'll go southwest as sort of a Hail Mary, and then we'll go visit another planet. It's definitely good for high value minerals. So I don't regret the time spent on a world like this, but my tendency to get a little enthusiastic about heading out in the distances. It seems a shame to call this just 24 kilometers from the ship. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to risk things through the high places. If nothing else, I'll just burn off a little fuel trying to find something new. The real killers for me are, we're actually coming up to it. So you can sort of see like down here, Jesus. So this is something I cannot take just because of the amount of high inefficiency or low efficiency, I suppose. Territory I need to go through, but like these ones are real killers because what I do is I like really push out the limits of my energy, and then I forget that I have this like death march. I think at this point I should just accept I'm not getting any more goodies. And if we can find something on the way home, we can bring it back. But I think in this case, we'll just hop on the ship and go to another planet. Actually, be kind of interesting to see what our cargo looks like. Yeah, I think if we launch, we'll probably get a chance to see the hold. It's kind of interesting to see this progression as well. So like it's feeling like after our tutorial-ish home system, like we've really been given the chance to it feels like we've really been given the chance to potentially get a big payday in the neighboring system. I don't know. I mean, I have to assume that's intentional. They definitely pointed us towards a planet with resources. So just taking a look here. So we visited planet 1 and 2. Number 2 was the one that the game instructed us to look at. So we've got 3, 4. I believe the way the system works is that if there's an empty ring, it basically says like there's an unexplorable planet 5. So this will be called planet 6, 7, and 8. So we actually have 7 worlds, 2 of which we visit. So there's 5 more for us to check. It is important. This is one of the reasons why I put the points in the science officer, Ariella, the only human on the ship. So I put the points in the science officer so I could be sure that I would see the gravity of potential worlds. So like in this case here, I don't know if this is supposed to be... Oh, actually, does the manual maybe say? I don't know if there's gas giants in this. So red is molten, brown is rock, blue is ocean, white is frozen, violet is gas giant. So my assumption here is that this is going to have just crushing gravity, and if we try to land, we are going to die instantly. Although it is fascinating that based on this thing that's rotating, they've bothered to realize sort of terrain characteristics. So let's not assume. We'll use the sensors. Okay, no life. reasonable minerals. Now, this is kind of exciting. So this has got an oxygen atmosphere. No water, though. Methanol and ethanol. Antimony, magnesium, and lead. So what's the gravity look like? 16.9. Yeah. So Arctic to tropical, very violent weather. Clearly the sort of place you want to bring the family. Let's just leave that one alone. Actually, I believe the manual will tell you the crushing. Actually, I think I made a note of that just because that strikes me as the sort of thing that I'd be an idiot to. Yeah, gravity greater than 8, you're dead. Interestingly enough, I believe in the Genesis version of this. So again, this is the special version they did for Genesis, which has a kind of a graphical overhaul. Although I don't think it has the fancy like travel down. So I guess you give up some parts too. But so there is an actual sort of almost like mini game of you actually landing the ship. So there can be worlds where like you'll try and land the ship and you can wind up burning a lot more fuel. Whereas in this game, it's just assumed that either an AI does it for you or that you're a good enough captain that you don't need to pilot the ship. So I'm assuming in this game, if you land on a gas giant, and there's no multiple saves, so I'm not going to risk this save landing on a gas giant. But I believe in the Genesis game, if you try to land on a gas giant, I think it'll warn you that you're gonna die. And if you still insist on going on the high gravity world, they let you, and effectively. Oh, did I mess up? We're not in hyperspace. Okay. But yeah, in effect, you can try, and it's just the gravity is so tough that you're toast. There's no way that you'll ever be able to overcome it. And then, I mean, I think it just gives you a nasty description explaining what a clown you were and how many people died as a result of your bad decisions. Because this game is all about making you feel good. Okay, so again, this is promising on paper, right? It's got oxygen in the atmosphere. It's got water, mercury, tungsten, and iron. So wouldn't be the sort of thing I'd maybe be okay in terms of volume as far as the materials are concerned. But like iron, I think is like only more valuable than lead, and like lead is nothing. I think lead might actually be worth less than some of the species that I've got in my ship. Actually, tungsten might be something that we repair ships with. Is mercury even an option for... Sorry, I'm just taking a look now. Oh, mercury is actually worth something. Actually, tungsten is worth something too. But again, given the fact that this is a gas giant, I'm going to assume that when we do the analysis, that's only 13.7. I mean, that's 3 fewer Gs. It's got to be good, right? It's got a thick atmosphere. Gets temperate. But yeah, global weather, very violent. And that's all we need to see. So that was actually a lot easier. I think with my science officer, I should be able to do status. Wow, we're only at 35% of our cargo. I probably wasted a lot of fuel having cargo that I'm not actually, or like cargo space that I'm not actually going to use. But we couldn't have known, right? I'm not entirely sure you're saving a whole lot of Endurium if you... white is a frozen planet, so again, not a likely candidate. Oh, that looks really pretty, actually. Okay, some minerals... Absolutely not a candidate for colonization, but it has decent gravity, so we can land and plunder. Oh, I'm too used to Does anybody want to become famous? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay. For those who may be watching on a VOD, every once in a while on a live video, you'll have a bot come in with a message saying, do you want to become famous? And offer to sell follows. Oh my God. Okay. So the manual, basically, it sort of recommends if you want to try and get living things, you run along the equator in the lower areas. And if you want to get minerals, you focus on the high territories. I mean, in this case, we've got mountains along the equator, so does it cancel each other out? No, there's no living creatures on this frozen rock. But this is going to be hard to navigate, and more importantly, like, just given the fact that I've been trying to maximize my returns on a world like this, the question is, like, how often am I willing to sort of launch and land? Like, so do I do one round here, and one round here? Or do I just say, you know what, let's take a look at one site, see how it goes, and then just, like, vamoose? I think I'll probably hop up and down. I have a feeling we've got more than enough Endurium to be able to hop up and down every once in a while, but okay. Sorry for the yawn. Lots of goodies. Let's see if it's worth anything. So, not everything in this stream is intended to be sort of worshiping at the altar of, electronic arts and binary systems. There's a couple things that don't quite work for me in the planet element. Now, again, obviously, I'm saying this as somebody who has only spent, for safety, let's say fewer than 10 hours, almost certainly less. So one thing that is really interesting here, right? You can get a description of the world that you're on. It is sub-freezing, gravity point 96, ammonia compounds, nitrogen. Some of this we got from the scan. And then terrain, cracked plains, and hills of yellow-tinted snow and ice. Now, personally, I like this sort of stuff. Now, part of this might be because when I was growing up, my dad used to listen to a lot of BBC radio dramas. So this would either be something that was kind of adapted from television for radio, or something that was specifically commissioned for radio. And I also really like reading, and I have a feeling that generally people who like science fiction like reading. I don't think that's a terrible stereotype to have. Like, I think we still consider reading to be something of a virtue. I guess it depends what you're reading, but like, I don't know, like, if you find out that somebody's into science fiction, you're probably going to think that they are a reader, even though science fiction is an incredibly popular genre for motion pictures and video games. And I think, if you needed evidence for that, not that I think you do, you can reflect on the fact that, really successful science fiction properties. So I'm thinking of things like BattleTech and Warhammer, the sort of thing where it just feels like if they make another game, or if they make another supplement or whatever, there's just going to be this built-in audience to try it no matter what. Each of these franchises tends to have a lot of books associated with it. So, Games Workshop has the Black Library. Star Wars is a film franchise, but so many Star Wars novels. Actually, I think a lot of authors who tend to be writing BattleTech books tend to be writing Star Wars novels. And I think it's fairly easy to see why. Like, it there just tends to be sort of an overlap in terms of those interests. Science fiction's kind of about ideas, and it's a chance to, even if you're playing sort of a miniature battle game, it's an opportunity to exercise your imagination a little bit. Like, if you're probably never going to see, a 100-ton machine of war bearing down on an enemy. I might have just screwed myself. We got a lot of rough terrain that we need to go over, and I did that for nickel. So we're going to rush to the southwest. I think it's hopeless to expect that we're going to have anything that we can take advantage of terrain-wise. Okay, but I think I left myself enough fuel that will be okay. Anyways, I'm really flogging the point here, but like basically it's not just like the stereotype of the nerd liking science fiction. Although honestly, it could be a waiter. It could be your financial advisor at the bank. Chances are, like, there's some percentage of the people who you encounter day to day who like secretly just have like Spock ears hitting in their back pocket. I haven't seen Star Trek, but it's the closest stereotype I could think of. So the reason why I mention this is that if you are the type of person who likes to read science fiction, and again, like people who like, presumably people who are going to be playing a sandbox science fiction game probably fit that description. It's neat to have a description like this. So what do I see on my screen? I see big patches of white and a small blob of blue. And every once in a while, I will see two pickaxes, which represents a mineral deposit, despite the fact that presumably nobody has been on this planet, and I am just extracting it from deposits that I'm finding on the ground. What am I thinking when I see this? What I'm thinking are cracked plains and hills of yellow-tinted snow and ice. I can sort of imagine. I've moved in the last 5 years to Ottawa from BC, so it is considerably more cold environment, particularly in winter. And a new experience in my life now has been to see like a bitterly cold winter with very intense winds and just the kind of the wind whipping up the snow off of, that might have been snow that's been sitting there for weeks. And, it's just stirring it all up again. The sort of stuff that, you would normally see on, a television show of some kind. And so having had that experience, when I see a description like that, I'm thinking to myself, like, I am not seeing just a big white plane with a blue blob hovering over the icons. I'm kind of imagining what's been described on this terrain. And I think the one great shame of this is that once you start getting into more rich planets, ones that have got living creatures, some of which are hostile to you, this game's taken a lot of care to generate descriptions of them. In fact, the descriptions are so detailed that it will give you sort of an Earth equivalent of the hostility level, right? So, like, is this thing a grizzly bear, and do you need to be very worried for your, fragile little plant doctor? Or is this thing, Chihuahua level threatening, right? It'll bark at you a whole lot, but other than that, don't break out the lethal weapons for this thing, basically. And because, the very admirable choice to try and make this, real time, to have this world go on around you, obviously it is a little slow in its movement, so it seems like it could be turn-based up until you stay put to maybe check something and then go on. The problem with the real time, particularly with like weather changes or creatures attacking you, is it makes it very hard to read a description. So, for instance, instead of just being able to say, okay, I'm looking at this creature, what is its description? You can be looking at that creature, it could be giving you the description, and a second later, that creature moves, or the weather changes, or that creature attacks you. And actually, except for the moving one, it will eliminate that description. And what that does, for me at least, is that I go from that really kind of memorable image of the yellow cracked plains and thinking a little bit about that first time that I felt like a winter so cold that there was there was no extra kind of covering I could put on. It was a cold that I just felt through me. And to see the wind blow and to just see, there being no snow, but it feeling like it was snowing because of the wind just pushing up all this stuff that had been, deposited a week before. All of those moments go into my mind when I'm reading that description. And it would be so wonderful to be able to realize that with the living creatures, right? To say, I want to capture this thing because it just sounds like such a preposterous, like it's like you're visiting Australia. You're the first person to ever visit Australia and see some of the creatures there, and not believe that such things could exist. I really feel like there's the potential for that inside of the game, and certainly, as we said before, Dwarf Fortress, its fantastic creatures have been inspired by Starflight. But so far as I can tell, there's no way for me to stop the constant progress of the environment. And unfortunately, that translates into that translates into sort of a missed opportunity, let's say, where I potentially could have as vivid of an image of the species I'm capturing, or even just encountering. And unfortunately, just the way that the planet sections work, I'm not given that opportunity, I feel. There's a couple other things too, like in the I'll call it like the tutorial system, the home system. We got off on a planet which had an electrical storm. I think I moved it was the first time I ran into an electrical storm, so I did not realize how lethal it was. And within, I think, 5 moves, my 2 Elowan were dead. That's Tree Cicero and Dr. Sin. We're just gone. So yeah, I think anytime you have an insta-kill when you land on a planet is, especially for a thunderstorm, presumably you can look out the window before you get in the terrain vehicle. So that was another kind of, another rough edge that I ran into. But the thing is that, right, this is, I still think, something that allows you to exercise your imagination, and I can see why. I don't mean to be too repetitive, but to basically see where's, I guess maybe so cleanly, where certain things in another science fiction game series. Oh man, this is really gonna tempt me to get greedy. Let's see if we can pull it off. Um, 43 kilometers away. You know what? We'll just remember 19 north, 20 east, and we'll come back for the rest. Oh, there's so much left. I totally could have made it. Oops. But yeah, I don't know. It's so interesting to see, how cleanly the mapping is between some of the things I remember from Mass Effect and this source material. I mean, it does invite the question to me, what are the unacknowledged debts to some of my other, some of the other games that I've enjoyed, that either I don't know about the attribution, or it's never actually been made. Because certainly there are far more games out there than I'll ever play. More importantly, classic games, it usually takes a recommendation for me to try something like that. So, like I said, it's not like someone kind of came running into my office one day and said, "Hey, you like video games, right? You got to play Starflight. Game from 1986. That's clearly the first thing you need to do on a weekend." But this is it's actually one of the few classic games that I don't get immediately frustrated by the way that it presents everything and quit out. Like I said, the interface is really, I don't know if elegant's the right word, but I'll use it. Like, 4 arrow keys, space seems to be something you have to push every once in a while. So like if you want to orbit a planet, I believe it makes you press space to the exclusion of all other keys. But for the most part, to stop the terrain vehicle, to stop like something from happening, I can pretty much press any button. So, my usual experience on classic games is that I need to read the manual all the way through, and like then I will understand like what buttons are important. And in this case here, it's almost okay. It's maybe not iPad level, but like it's very close to one of those things where it's like, the button you kind of expect will do something, does something. And I don't think that's just me being familiar with games and that, arrow keys are kind of a good guess for movement. Like it really does actually feel like there's quite a bit of thought that went into the layout of things. And it's a very intuitive way of handling it. So it makes me wonder if that's what made, like, so this type of game I would not have associated with a console. Particularly a Genesis. Like if I think of a Genesis, I'm thinking of like Mortal Kombat or Sonic. Not a science fiction sandbox. And yet, I suspect probably the very intuitive kind of interface like this probably is a big reason why this wound up on it. I mean, money might be another reason too. But okay, I gotta make a decision as to whether or not I want to go any further in this section. I definitely want to check out something over here. I think I'll disembark and go hard east for a little while, see if we can find anything there. I think I should probably wrap it up on this world, or at least this part of this world. We're not losing too much in terms of like energy to the, like, it's efficiency 13, but it's consistent. I've actually kind of noticed this, is that I'm not that worried about I'm not so much worried about the efficiency, I'm worried about variations in the efficiency. I tend to notice that if the numbers move around a little bit, like, so I'm 50 kilometers away from the ship, but I know I'm at 64 now % of the, chromium's not bad. It's not great, but so like in this case here, I'm going to be going over more or less the same terrain. So with 60% left, I know I've got more than enough to get me back. Probably not enough to grab that, but I should be fine. But if I, let's say, had gone over a big gray section, and then I had to go back over the white on the way back, very likely would be running out of energy and possibly losing the TV. And actually, honestly, at that distance, probably losing the LO1 as well. Okay, 18 north, 18 east, I think we'll launch. We'll land at least one more time. Probably on the eastern side. It's actually worth mentioning, I know I've seen a video of the Genesis version. I think to do what I'm doing here, instead of, like I think you do still get to point to a site, but I believe when you are on the planet, you can actually just fire your thrusters, and um, that will be sufficient to make you move around the planet. It's also possible the planets are smaller. I don't know if there would be a constraint for the Genesis or not. I'm probably just going to assume that all old hardware is just impossible to run any video games, but that's not actually true. I think I don't know a ton about consoles, but I think for the time when people were using cartridges, one of the virtues of a cartridge would be that you can actually put extra hardware in it. So I think some of the earlier 3D games, I think, had some kind of special cartridge that it's like, I guess for lack of a better term, kind of like putting more RAM in your computer. I mean, obviously now that's just, like, consoles are they're kind of like computers, right? You can get your hard drive upgrade. You can, that sort of stuff is maybe not that surprising now, but there's something kind of interesting about being able to make a game. Like, so if you can make a game and you have either the confidence in getting your return, or, you have a publisher or a platform that really wants to show off the capabilities. Like, there's something kind of interesting about the fact that you are actually able to change the hardware on which it will be played in order to realize a particular vision. I'm just trying to think if there's a modern equivalent of that. Like, I guess now so much of our hardware is kind of standardized, and for good reason, right? Like, it is a good thing that we can kind of just not have to worry about compatibilities and that. But I don't know, would there be like some kind of a special OS? Yeah, your Temple OS game only. You have to use the just-in-time compiler and Terry Davis's image library to properly appreciate the scope and grandeur of the game. I don't know. It's interesting. I'm curious now. How many games made those kinds of modifications, and if they were worth, like, I mean, obviously it's easy to make this stuff, like, to a certain extent, this stuff can become like 3D in movies. Like, sometimes you'll get Avatar, which is amazing. Like, I know people love to hate on that movie, but like I remember watching that in theater and being convinced that there would never be another 2D movie made again. Like, that just was I couldn't believe it. And then everything else wasn't Avatar. So much for that prediction. But I guess if you're gonna put the super amazing chip in your console, and it winds up being sort of like the equivalent of cheap 3D, so like, yeah, you get to do something graphically that isn't in other games, but in the end it just winds up being a gimmick. Like, maybe you get a slightly realer sounding voice, or you get to have twice as many polygons on the screen. So instead of having like one 3D character and a bunch of sprites, you will occasionally have these moments where like a squadron of polygons kind of comes after you. Again, I think we all kind of know, like, it kind of feels like there's a certain period of time in gaming where, like, if you made a AAA game, you were obligated to have a scene where you're captured in a very small room, so like basically nothing else has to be rendered, and the bad guy, or at least a character, it doesn't necessarily have to be the bad guy, usually it's the bad guy though, like, gets in really, really close, and it's a specially made head where, like, every single bit of every single resource is dedicated towards just rendering every last pore. I think I screwed myself. Oh no, we're fine. Obviously the intention there is to make that like have that in your mind so that you're convinced when the next time you see that character at a distance and, you know, it has to render the rest of the game, you kind of assume that there is a level of fidelity that that isn't there. The thing is that, like, I don't know, every time I see that in a game, it kind of feels like that's exactly what they're trying to do, and it sort of loses its impact. I can't really think of the last time I've seen a character get up really close to me in a game, and I've said, my God, this is just like real life. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I guess maybe that option wasn't used as often because there wasn't. I don't know if it wasn't the need or there wasn't the justification. I should look into it. Okay, I'm gonna go far right to get that last resource. Oh, it's a field. Okay. It's going to be tight, but I think we can make it. $50 kilometers at 60. Efficiency could be worse, so I'm going to risk. I went one tile too far, but so I'm going to double back to the other. Well, if I can see it on the map, I'll double back to the. Okay, it's not that far away. So yeah, at 46, I'm starting to get a little nervous, but we got the right. We gave back just enough. Not enough route. Wow, it has been a while since I've seen that message. Okay, not so good for me because I potentially put myself in a dangerous position to get those resources that I can't actually access. But overall, I'd say that's. I think this is a good place to be if I'm getting a full ship. 68%. That's pretty respectable. I think I'm going to try going hard west. If I can't find any, I think what I'll do, I'm just going to keep. I think I've actually already gone west, but I'm going to keep trying to find new things. I'll give a proper distance. Yeah, I'll keep trying to find. Okay, there we go. Keep trying to find new things, and then once I feel like I've exhausted my options, we can either check out another part of the system or the planet, and I believe there's one more planet in the system. So 60% is not bad, especially given the fact that we're like really loaded up with cargo pods, but I feel like we should aspire, like anytime we go out, we really should be aspiring to completely fill our hold. I don't see a whole lot of value in sort of half measures on some of this stuff. Okay. So I want to be a little careful here because we've got our path back. So taking advantage of the low ground for a little bit, we will grab Mercury. So if there's a target of opportunity, we'll take it. But at this case, we start heading home and see if we can. So I guess given that this western effort worked, I should probably try a hard east. I'm pretty sure I started doing a hard east at some point, but I don't feel like I finished it. So we'll do a quick run. We'll see if we can find anything. If we don't, then actually, let's just take a second here. I've been doing a lot of runs, so I just want to make sure that we're not unexpectedly really eating through our enduring. Oh yeah, we're at 31. We're fine. All right. So yeah, the big plan here is just I don't think I'm gonna Like, I don't think I'm going to see the end of this system. I don't think we've seen any ruins other than where the game sort of told us they would be. It's maybe a little bit of a disappointment, but having kind of got the next piece of the puzzle, and I believe that is somewhat far away, so we're going to want to make sure that we've got the fuel for the trip. But being able to well, let's keep going up and to the right. That's where the materials are. I think we'll say the Far East route will abandon. It didn't really seem to be producing anything for us. So I'll probably grab this one. 48 kilometers is not that far away. I'll try a little more east as soon as I see the scanning. Yeah, okay. So I'll grab 2 of these. And that's partly because I've got the blue area. So it's 15% when I'm on white, 17. Well, it's not that good, and I gave up 1 tile. We're at 50% though. Okay. So I think I'm going to be eating into my reserves, and I am going to be praying to many deities. Nope, we're fine. Just going to wait till we see south. There we go. Okay, so that was a little nerve-wracking, but not too catastrophic. So at 73% now. I'm actually a little surprised by that. I have so much fuel. I think I am actually going to try one more run on this world. The big worry that I have is that I'm actually going to have so much cargo that when I get to the last world, I'm going to find myself in a situation where I can't actually store it all. But yeah, we'll try up here. This is in a nice little spot of high ground that we haven't really explored yet. And if it seems like it doesn't have anything promising, we don't need to, check every compass point. But if it seems like there's opportunities, like again, there's no way of knowing if you're going to run into like just a ton of mercury, at which point it's like, yeah, sure, I'll take 100% of that. It's definitely a pretty forgiving world, so. The big question now is, what does it look like now that I've picked up the 2 obvious ones? Which admittedly weren't like the most valuable, but okay, so Far East, that's respectable. I'm probably gonna have to think about turning around after the second one. So maybe what I'll do is I'll head north and then west. Yeah, so I've definitely got something of a surplus. Oh, gold. I definitely have something of a surplus in terms of energy right now, but I'm not sure I want to throw that all away on like an Eastern trip. So what I'll do here is, there may not be anything here, but what this does do is this closes off the gap of so basically I'm actually completing that eastern route that I was doing before. And so I can feel reasonably sure that unless I want to go really far east, there's not a lot for me there. So I'm assuming there's nothing on the map right away, so we'll just take a quick trip north, see if there's anything fancy. And looks like there is. I'm a little curious if it was intended to be this way. So I'm curious to see what the payoff is going to be, and if this, like, is this going to buy me a really good engine? Is this going to get me the defense that I need? Have I gorged myself so much on the wealth of this system that I can actually buy the best ship ever, and this game's going to be a joke? You know, for the rest of it, I'm assuming not, but who knows? I'll admit I actually don't know. I actually don't know the breakdown of the different resources that I found, so it could be I've got a whole lot of lead in the hold, and I don't have quite the wealth that I thought I did. We're at 57%, and we're 58 kilometers away from the ship. So I certainly got a bit ahead of myself. Okay, good. So even though we're in the high ground, it seems like things are relatively flat. I mean, again, we're still at like 10-15% efficiency, so this is it's not the sort of thing I would want to. It's not the sort of thing I would voluntarily drive on, but we have definitely had more difficult environments before. I'm assuming some of that is related to the weather. So I think if there's like a hailstorm and you're in the rough, that is absolutely miserable. Looks like this might be our last run on this planet, actually. It looks kind of sparse to the west. We're at 80%, and we've got some sort of higher efficiency land to go over, so I don't want to write it off completely yet, but obviously doing something like this is going to give me an illusion that I probably have more distance than I actually do. Okay. I'm going to try... Yeah. Just wanted to get one more scanning new terrain. Ah, damn it. Okay. I am going to risk it for the... So the reason I can do this is it's northeast, so I'm going to head to the kind of this light blue area here first. So basically, I can try and get some of my southward movement done in this area, and then now I kind of diagonal my way to the next bit of cargo. Oh. No, I actually just think I created a world of hurt for myself. Why did I think I had to move south when the ship is northeast? Okay. Southeast, okay. Basically, I want to go straight east after this, but I got a brief reprieve with that shallower area. Okay, I think that's it for this world. I think we got a pretty respectable haul. I am going to take a quick look at the ship status just because I can. I'm sure I'll see it as I leave the planet, but 82, yeah. So we may actually be in a situation when when we get to the last world, we may actually have to leave some stuff on the ground. But again, that'll make me happy. The closer I can be at 100% when I get into the starport, the happier I'm going to be. Now we're at 30.6, so... That's actually one thing I haven't been paying attention to. If I were to pay closer attention to what goes on here, so we pay by 0.2 on a... I actually don't remember what the gravity on this world was. But I'm sure if I looked carefully, I'd be able to work out a formula for... Wait a minute. I've got 2 more planets. Oops. This might be a short trip on these ones. I'm assuming we are not going to recommend these for... Oh, wow, there's like nothing here. I'm assuming this is not going to be a recommendation for colonization. 55 in minerals. There's one island. Oh, man. Chromium's not worth that much. Well, sorry. Chromium is worth... I won't bring up the manual. Chromium's 260. Promethium is 300. And gold is 380. Wow. So, like, there's a dragon flying around this thing to eat us for taking its hoard, right? 55 density of minerals, and it's concentrated in one area. Like, this has got to be, like, we are setting you up so you can buy an awesome ship. That can be the only reason this system exists. This specific planet exists, actually, but... I'm trying to find out what the trick is. Oh, the trick is that the cursor is really hard to stick. It's an archipelago? Oh my god. Okay. This is a little harder than I thought it was going to be. Well, let's disembark and see what we can find. Man, this is like one of these things where you're like, it's quiet. It's too quiet. What's going on? So yeah, the island hopping is a bit of a pain, but even then, right? Like, the efficiency's so good. We're not finding any of the promised minerals. Okay. So honestly, at this point, I think using the TV to just island hop is probably the way to go on this. I do kind of need to make sure I have a little bit left to get back home. How much you want to bet it's all located on that little island in the corner? Yeah. So what I'm going to do here, I'll say discretion's a better part of valor. We'll use the land for the majority of the trip back. Well, here we can... Oh, I just... Probably wasn't the smartest choice on my part, but we've got more than enough fuel. You know, I don't know if there's a penalty for heading back to the ship too much, but I am perfectly content to come back with a full tank. So I'm going to make a kind of a Hail Mary run to that one little corner on the right at the very end of this. But what I'm going to try this time around is we're going to go kind of hard right to this little island here. So hopefully this is the only one of its kind. Okay, so we're going to start on this one. Again, this gets me nothing. Just going to take a peek here. Again, just taking a look at the map. Okay. I think I might actually have enough to be able to... The real determinant is what my energy looks like after going down here. Okay. Gross. Okay. If I lose the TV off of this, I'm gonna be raging. That's so interesting to see like a number like 55 in terms of mineral density, but not encounter anything on the land masses. I mean, I suppose I'm... Oop. We'll let that windstorm die down. I suppose the game is under no obligation to put the... It does say, like, look for it in the higher areas, but I don't believe that's a... Like, I think that's a propensity. I don't think that's a hard rule. I think I said I was going to try that really remote island in the bottom left. Again, we got a pretty sweet deal on this island in terms of distance. Oh, Jesus. I feel so nervous doing this. Okay. Is this really it? Okay, so one, I'm a complete baby, and two, that was a complete waste of time. Okay, so if there is wealth on this planet, it is certainly nowhere near these islands. I'm gonna this is 100% something I'd actually kind of like to... I'm gonna check online and see if there's anything written about this planet, because I feel like the mineral wealth and like the listed minerals, I feel like that is an actual function of the... Like, I feel like that is somehow reflected in the shape of the planet. But again, like, just we haven't been able to find it. So, and in this case, we've got another world to check out. So it's also 3 o'clock in the morning, and I got 2 hours of sleep last night. So I need to take care of myself. Hang on. So I don't think this is going to be a candidate for it, but let's just sensors again. Chlorine combat. Okay, so this is not a viable colonization candidate. I'm sure I checked that before, but I didn't remember, so it doesn't. I don't think it costs us anything to check. So the outermost system world in the system, I will still scan it. Mostly just for curiosity. I don't know. I feel like it's a good habit to get into scanning the systems. But something tells me this is not a world that is going to be useful to humanity. Okay, 23 mineral density. Although, of course, we're sort of doubting that oxygen hydrosphere. Okay. And hydrogen and helium atmosphere, so this is already eliminated as a candidate for colonization. Decent lithosphere. So platinum is 400, gold is 380, and aluminum, I think, it's not exactly trash. It's 220, and it's a repair item, but obviously compared to gold and platinum, that's we know which of these is going to put a smile on our face, let's say. So not a very high gravity cost, so we can work with it. And actually, no global weather. So other than the fact that it's really cold, this is not a bad... I mean, the cold is just, I'd rather not have my people walk through that if I get a little too ambitious on my TV. And there's really, honestly, only one candidate for mineral. Like, yeah, maybe there's minerals in these areas, but like, why bother? Like, there's this, this seems like a perfectly reasonable candidate for checking stuff out. So you probably won't spend that much time on this planet, and we can go back and see how much money we made. Maybe what I'll do, once we get back to the base, I'll read my messages. I'll kind of like get everything ready to go. I have no idea if I'm going to do this on stream again or not. I'd like to, and if you'd like to see it, definitely feel free to let me know. And that's true if you're watching the VOD or if you're in chat. But cracked plains and hills of blue-tinted snow and ice. Okay. Oh, wow, there's actually quite a bit. So we'll go east first just because there's so much stuff. But what I'll do, whether or not I wind up streaming this in future, I'll talk a little bit about what my plans would be following through on this. I think the deal I'll make is this. If I wind up playing this game again and it's not on stream, I will at the very least record the session. Generally, that means that I'll still do commentary over it, although obviously if it's not live, it's a very different kind of commentary. I felt very nervous trying to do this game, again, just because it's extended silence punctuated with not always the most appealing rumbly noises. I don't want to get too greedy, but we're still doing okay for energy. But yeah, so the deal will be if I play this on my own time, I will commentate, but I do tend to find that there's kind of longer spells of silence, which I think are maybe a little more conspicuous in a game like this. I did debate about playing something like the FTL soundtrack and that, and I'm sure, I think Ben Prunty did the FTL soundtrack. I'm sure these people are reasonably cool with sharing the music that they have. But in addition to the fact that we live in an age of DMCA, I don't really like the idea of taking someone's creative work and then saying it's like, well, because I need to augment my broadcast, I feel entitled to their music. Although with that in mind, I'm curious if Nervous Test Pilot, who you may know as Mode 7 Games, back when there was the first batch of worries about DMCA strikes. This is before the Twitch DMCA strikes. This is more a YouTube thing. I think I actually put out a video basically saying that, if you're not doing it for like a commercial or something like that, you are okay to use the music. But the thing is, like, I don't want to take that as like just, yeah, okay, I'm gonna give you all of Nervous Test Pilot's music to supplement Starflight. So if anybody can recommend some royalty-free music to put on in the background while we play Starflight, I'm happy to provide some accompaniment. There was a side of me that wanted to look at some classical, like, I'm assuming there's some public domain classical work, so I was gonna maybe try and pull a 2001 A Space Odyssey and go for a full classical soundtrack, but one, I don't know if there's public domain Ligeti, and two, I was an hour late trying to get the stream on time. So, okay, so it's obvious there's stuff to the east and the southeast. You can sort of see, like, after losing 2 TVs, I'm definitely very gun shy. Wait. Yeah, there we go. Very gun shy about losing, or about going too far. And so far as I can tell, like, there's no penalty for... Well, okay, that's not entirely true about no penalty. Going in and out of the ship more than you have to has a small penalty in the sense that if you have favorable weather conditions, you are taking another draw from the weather distribution. And given the fact that even on calm planets you can seem to wind up in an electrical storm, it seems like what you are doing is you are running the risk of unfavorable weather, which... It's not a trivial worry, I gotta be really careful about how much energy I'm eating up with this, but there's so much valuable stuff. Okay, I have a game plan for this. So we'll head down. Basically, the aim is going to be to maximize the time spent on the light blue, which is the usual game plan when I'm in this situation. But like, I really need to do it this time, because if I don't, I'm going to lose an embarrassing amount of stuff, and I'm probably going to kill someone. So if I can be sneaky and swipe that last mineral. Yeah, so we're at 46 with 31 to go, so I think we'll be fine. Hey. So we didn't get all the aluminum, but again, aluminum's not the one we want to prioritize. That is ridiculous how much there is still waiting there. Could probably be a little less cavalier with how I'm moving, but we're at 32 of 13, and well, sorry, those numbers weren't quite right. This might be my last trip, simply because the ship may not be able to hold anymore. There is actually one other small gripe I have with the planet side of things. The one thing I should mention that we haven't experienced yet is, so we had the visit from the interstellar police, obviously, but for the most part, we haven't really experienced the ship interactions. That's partly by design. I feel like even though we have the noblest of intentions, it might be nice to have some kind of defensive mechanism to handle any eventualities. In this case, I sort of feel like we need to just keep going southeast till we find something. But yeah, there's one thing about the... so when you wind up full, what can happen is you... So like, let's say I get 100% on this TV, but I can only support another 4% in my ship. It's a little counterintuitive to figure out like what you can and what you are dropping. And generally what I've found is I will have a TV that is full of elements. I'll sometimes have a hold that has extra space because I've thrown stuff away. So like, I'm mildly tempted to try and take this, but we're at 54 with 41 kilometers. I think that's just... I'm asking for trouble if I do that, so... but yeah, so generally what I tend to find is that when I drop stuff, I tend to drop things that... I drop things, but I don't necessarily get the space back in my ship. So I'm actually going to do one quick thing here because I am enormously greedy. We're at 97%, so we've got the space. I am actually going to do one more... I'm going to do one more trip. We're just going to go straight south to get that last remaining mineral. And if we find something extra, so much the better. Am I losing my mind? Oh, here we go. Okay. So yeah, we're in the 60s. It's gold, so that's definitely a... Well, and aluminum, but... I'd say that's a pretty... That's a trip that was worth it. I'm not going to waste any more time on the south. I do need to head back. I will try and take advantage of some of the light blue just for the efficiency. And we've got 35 kilometers on half energy, so we're good to go. Last thing I'm going to do, it does seem to... So it does feel like if... it depends what side of the... 99% cargo. That is a thing of beauty. So, clearly it heard me complaining about having leftovers in the terrain vehicle when I land on another planet. It's not the end of the world, but like unless you get 100% on the first planet you land on. But it does feel like if you go, what are the terms again? It's like coreward. It's like upspin, downspin, outward, coreward. But it does seem. Oh, can't disembark in space. Jesus. It does feel like it depends. Like, so if you leave on the right-hand side of the map, you are going to show up on the right-hand side of the system. And that can be relevant because it feels like if you are close to a system, it will actually dump you out there. So in this case, I want to go coreward or to the right because that's where my home system is. So leaving system. So we head down here, and if we watch, I'll just kind of tap it. So in this case, like you kind of think that you'd hit the middle of the system, but you don't. You actually you just kind of need to tickle the edge of it, which I like. I mean, it's nice to be able to get into a system quickly because I believe it is quite costly to move between systems. But it's maybe a little unexpected. And obviously, if you're on the wrong side of the system, you wind up back inside and you probably wind up wasting Endurium. So, I think we are in good shape. Let's disembark into the main area. Now, first thing I want to do is take a look at how our recommendations went. So, recommendation 1, 2601-4620, system 123-101, orbit 2, name, new hot tub. Evaluation, due to crushing gravity, this planet proved unsuitable for colonization. You have been fined 100 MUs. This is only a warning. Your next will be heavy. Weird. I thought it had to be less than 3. We should give you the stats. Anyway, spacebar for the next evaluation. Tropic Thunder, Orbit 1. This planet proved to be suitable for colonization. You have earned a bonus of 35,000 MUs for this recommendation. End of evaluations. So, we will now go to notices. I suspect there will be a lot. Borno, meet me on Regulon 7 on the 15th. You know where. You'll get your money. Xenon. One of your ships has reported that the Thrin have offered to buy artifacts from them at inflated rates. We urge you not to do this. Hey, Valiant Cheese. We just got a ton of stuff. I'm actually probably going to be wrapping up. So my apologies for scampering off right when you return. But I think you're going to see a thing of beauty when I get to the store. So sorry, on, I don't know if that's October 2nd or February 10th, probably February 10th, 4620. One of our ships has reported that the Thrin have offered to buy artifacts from them at inflated rates. We urge you not to do this, inasmuch as it may further relations with them. This is understandable, but we do not wish to sacrifice what we might be able to learn from these artifacts. Oh, very nice. I'm glad you got some stuff done. The one thing I'm worried about is like it's like 3:30, and obviously I'm actually feeling it in my head. I feel like a pretty major headache coming on. So I think the sunlight is probably going to wake me up, but I'm definitely kind of feeling like I've been a little irresponsible with my my health. So I need to make sure I get a good rest tomorrow and. Yeah. Well, especially too, like the night before, I think I got like 3 hours. Last night I got 2. So it's not just that I'm feeling tired. It's that I'm running on a very significant sleep debt, and I'm just augmenting it with coffee and strong tea. Irish breakfast tea. It tastes delicious, but like it's good for streaming. Like I've loved doing this, but I have stuff I need to do this weekend, and I definitely need to make sure that I'm taking better care of myself. I think this wound up being like a 7 or an 8 hour stream. So anyways, inasmuch as it may further relations with them, this is understandable, but we do not wish to sacrifice what we might be able to learn from these artifacts. Next message. We have just lost another of our ships. This time it was at the coordinates 192, 152. Any ships in this area may wish to investigate, but we advise extreme caution. Okay. So I've made a list of like avoid areas, but I'm assuming you don't play a game that gives you a ship with weapons so that you can constantly avoid conflict. So like my first alien encounter, I might want to go to 175-94 because it just said that there are aliens there, not that they were hostile. But again, like the thing is that if you show up and they're hostile, what the hell do you do, right? Do you run away? Well, I've got a level 1 engine, you know. Do I defend myself with what? I don't have a weapon, I don't have armor, and I don't have shields. So being able to, you know, try and at least do something to buy me time would be preferable, especially because I have no idea how the combat works. Due to an increased demand resulting from stepped-up colonization efforts, the price of Endurium has been raised to 1,500 MU per cubic meter. Interesting. I wonder if that's going to be an ongoing thing. So there's kind of an argument to like really stock up on the Endurium right now. But anyways, here's the trade depot. So we're not buying, we're selling. So we have 58 units of aluminum, 1 unit of iron, 19.1 antimony, 8.2 tungsten, 22.9 cobalt, 63.9 gold. I think it's like my second largest amount. 51.3 mercury, which is also a high value item. 4.1 titanium, 63.9 zinc, that's whatever. 18.9 plutonium, 68.8 rhodium, 114.3 magnesium, not really worth a whole lot, but enough. 18.3 lead, whatever. 218.2 chromium, 260, 38.6 platinum, 7.4 tin, 13.5 promethium. That's a high value one. 13.4 nickel, and we still have 8.9 endurium left over. So we were at, I think it was 97, 99%, something like that, of our cargo space. And this is in addition to the species that we captured. This is all the stuff we mined out of that other region. And we're at 48,693, presumably from interest. We'll actually check out the bank to see what the story is there. But first thing I'm going to do, so there's a small argument saying is like, well, you know, maybe you want to have some money left over for repairs. There is definitely some sense in that, I think. But I think the determination is how, like, do I feel like I'm going to be running into some combat soon, or do I think I'm going to be trying to follow through with some of the breadcrumbs that the game has left me and say, you know, okay, you know, let's try and get some better fuel economy. Let's try and, you know, make sure we can move between systems efficiently, keep a little bit more cash in the bank to earn interest, and then, you know, we can just get the level 5 version of all the upgrades right away and, you know, not worry about it. So again, we do need to consider the rising cost of endurium. Oh, but I can sell the species. So plant-like, fungoid, reptilian, radial, amorphous, another radial. Again, this stuff is chicken feed, basically. And then the small obelisk and throbbing mass, I forgot we had those, so let's see what they're worth. Analysts of this artifact have revealed very little of interest. It has a slight value as an alien curio, but otherwise it is totally useless to us. But it is worth an extra 50. And the throbbing mass, analysts of this artifact have revealed very little of interest. It has a slight value as an alien curio, but otherwise is totally useless to us. So again, we've netted a loss. Please tell me I did not pay to identify that again. We could, I suppose, to a certain extent, we could try to sell these to the traders that they were talking about before, but can we harness the kinetic energy of throbbing? Put it in a little hamster cage. So I want to see how much interest we earned from our time out in space. Okay, so our first interest was 5, then 36. Only 501. Oh, that's right. No, the 3,500 came from our planet recommendation. Okay. Now, I'm not 100% sure I'm in a mental state to decide my best upgrade. So, like right now, we are paying a lot in terms of Endurium to move. So, like this is the point where I'd say, it's less than half of my wealth to go for a Class 5 engine. And that's going to mean that I can go as far as I can. Like until if I start putting armor on this ship, I'm only going to be moving slower. So if I put a Class 5 engine on this thing right away, it's going to mean that I'm going to be able to fly across the galaxy. I'm going to be able to maximize my returns doing commerce at a time when Endurium is relatively cheap. Obviously, I'd probably want to do that when it's expensive, but the armor would be if I think I'm going to be running into a little more combat. Excuse me. So actually, I'm gonna figure out what a optimal ship costs. So. So I'm just writing this down on my notepad. Shielding. Now, I believe shielding will cost Endurium if you leave them up. So you want to be kind of cautious on when you choose to do it. But I suppose the bonus is that shielding is renewable, whereas armor needs to be bought again. And it does, again, make you heavier, so you pay in fuel costs as well. But armor is, like, insultingly cheap. So I spelled it with a U, like a civilized person does. Oh, hang on. Okay, sorry. I thought that said 2,500 instead of 25,000. Still, 25,000 is pretty cheap compared to the others. Missile launcher. Okay, this is where it starts to get expensive. Now, missile launchers, they do more damage, but we know. Okay, it's only one encounter, but it's maybe worth mentioning that of the weaponry, we know of at least one encounter that will be resistant to missiles. So in addition to it being the most expensive, it's also the one that I know there is a positive probability that we are going to encounter somebody who can resist it. Still, I'm going to make a note. So that basically would clean me out financially. And then the Class 5 laser cannon. $150,000. So, if I wanted to do our Flying V has a lot more tuning knobs than I remember. Yeah, so I guess you left before we went to the other system. So basically, I bought 16 cargo pods. The drawback is that it has greatly increased the mass of the ship. So our acceleration is lower than it used to be. We're basically eating more Endurium to go to Worlds. But of course, there is a reason why we are currently sitting on 263,413 monetary units. We are like getting enough space to go to that system. Sorry, to plunder that system, basically, has now translated into, into options. So, if I wanted the best of everything, what is that? That's 225,000 plus 25 for the armor, so that'd be 250,000 plus the missile launcher would be 450,000, and then we add the laser cannon that's 600,000 for the full amount. So we're about a third of the way to a fully equipped ship. The sensible way of going about this would be one defensive unit and one offensive unit. The thing is that if you lose armor, the manual points this out. If you lose armor, you cannot repair it. You have to buy it again. So while it is only 25,000 for armor class 5, there is a question in terms of how many times I'm going to be buying that again. If I have to replace it 5 times, presumably the shielding is better. But of course, shielding class 5 is 125,000. So one potential path that I can go, and again, I'm short on brain cells right now, so I'm probably not going to commit myself to any actions to the save file. If I go for a class 5 engine, that gives me fuel economy. If I go for shielding class 5, that gives me protection. So that's 225,000, which means that I'll still have about 30,000 monetary units left. I believe that is more than I had in the bank at the time that I left. So we have a better ship that's able to navigate and defend itself, and resist attack. And so in theory, what that means is if we do encounter a hostile, we don't need to stand and fight. What we can do is successfully run away, and we can run away at the lowest possible cost to us. The catch is, of course, that what I really want to do is to go to that central colony in 118-146 on the 4th planet, the one that basically the game sort of advised us about, because we don't really have anything else to check. And if it turns out that there's like a hostile ship in that area that we need to get rid of before we can land on it, then we've committed all of our money to something that won't get us past that challenge. And the question is, like, if I'm thinking about this like outside the context of the fantasy of being a space captain, there's a side of me that says, like, well, what are the things that the game has not introduced to me yet? It hasn't introduced communication, and it hasn't introduced ship combat. So do they want to introduce communication and ship combat at the same time? You know, maybe moving into that system will be, you know, will be the time I have to do both, and then, you know, I'll regret not having the weapon. I also have a feeling that it's probably not the smartest thing to immediately go to the class 5 of everything, but I don't know. I don't like waste. I think you like lose half the value of something as soon as you buy it. So anyways, we're going to exit. That is it for me. Thank you everybody for sharing Starflight with me. I noticed that at least for part of the stream, there's an unexpectedly high number, and not just because I was streaming later. So if you do like this sort of stuff, please let me know. I can't necessarily stream as late as this, but if people are really here because they want to see more Starflight, I do very much enjoy this game. And whether I play it on my own time or whether I share it with all of you, you know, I'm happy to do it both ways. I hope those of you who came here to see it, like the Mass Effect connection, I didn't want to like constantly repeat it all the time. So for those of you who came in a little bit later, I apologize. Let me know if you ever want me to repeat that. I'll do my best. But the VOD will probably cover most of the material on that. And again, like I am somebody who's playing a game that's like 30 years old, and taking essentially like what a Google search on Starflight and Mass Effect would do. It would be, I actually very much would enjoy to see someone like Casey Hudson play Starflight and explain, you know, what the major influences were. I think I have a reasonable case for the stuff I pointed out, and I know the ending of this story, so I actually have a specific thought about what the Reapers are in the world of Starflight, but that's for another day. Um, and I don't know. There's just something very interesting about sort of seeing these influences that are like open secrets. It's kind of like here's the last analogy I'll make. There is a Canadian filmmaker named Arthur Lipsett. He was an incredibly gifted filmmaker, another experimental filmmaker. And if you have ever seen the trailer for Stanley Kubrick's Doctor Strangelove or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb, I believe he actually originally wanted to hire Lipsett for that trailer. And either Lipsett declined or Kubrick ultimately decided to do it himself. But it is very much like two short films that Lipsett made called 2187 and Very Nice, Very Nice. I think Very Nice, Very Nice was the first one. I actually almost certainly think Very Nice, Very Nice was the inspiration for the Strangelove trailer. But the biggest influence is actually George Lucas. And George Lucas has been very open. In fact, I believe George Lucas, basically for the majority of his film school experience, wanted to be Arthur Lipsett. And if you look at his student film of THX 1138, like, you will clearly see 2187 written all over that. And Lucas has not made his interest in and sort of the debt he owes to Arthur Lipsett a secret. He has actually mentioned Arthur Lipsett in multiple interviews, and yet it seems to be that this is a surprise to a lot of people when when this comes up. The good news is, if you actually want to check out Arthur Lipsett, his work is available for free on the National Film Board website. Again, it's weird stuff, right? It's experimental, but so is like THX 1138. I'd recommend the shorter stuff. So Very Nice, Very Nice is probably the best one to start off with. And I really liked 2187. That one I had a very strong reaction to when I first saw it. But the reason why I'm talking about this stuff is that every once in a while you'll read like an interview, or you'll see a detail that people are talking about, and you'll learn about this influence that as soon as you like realize it, or as soon as you look, you're like, of course that was an influence for that game. And yet these things kind of hide in plain sight and we don't know. So like, again, Casey Hudson has said Starflight is a major influence on Mass Effect. The creatures, procedurally generated creatures of Starflight, are the inspiration for the procedurally generated creatures in Dwarf Fortress. The whole idea of the procedurally generated universe, something to enable a team of 5 people to create a game, a first game of a scope beyond anything that had been attempted in previous games. And a game so successful at doing so that Orson Scott Card, the science fiction author, called it the Star Wars of video games. There's something very interesting about that, and how you can draw this line to all of these things that we're almost taking for granted now, or at the very least we consider to be cutting edge or desirable. Like who doesn't want to play Dwarf Fortress when it comes out? I mean, I know it's out, but like the big one that Kit Fox is putting together. Well, Kit Fox and Bay 12, obviously. And yeah, just to go back and see, like I said, I've never had somebody say to me, you got to play Starflight, Instead, it's just sort of sitting there in the interviews waiting to be discovered. And I'm so delighted that, I spent a lot of time in this stream talking about how I sometimes struggle to get into older games because they hadn't learned certain lessons that I kind of take for granted in terms of how to interact with games now. So like I said, Baldur's Gate, I don't think Baldur's Gate is bad, but I also think there's a reason why most of the people I talk to about it haven't actually completed it. It's long, and it's actually quite a difficult game if you don't play it sort of the way I feel like BioWare originally intended it. And that's not true for their later games. So I think maybe the biggest surprise to me of all is how, even though Starflight clearly is an old game, it's actually one that I found quite intuitive to get into, with a couple of exceptions that I talked about. That's exciting. So, anyways, Valiant Cheese says it's funny that he's so open about how derivative his work is, while at the same time popular perception of his work is that it's very original. Derivative not being negative in this context. Absolutely. I mean, there's other influences too, like Kurosawa. I think is a reasonably well-known one on Lucas. Well, not just Lucas, actually. I mean, everybody in his cohort really owes something to Kurosawa. I mean, I feel like Ingmar Bergman and Andrei Tarkovsky had a great sort of mutual admiration for each other, and probably really did kind of enhance each other. At the very least, Bergman's cinematographer Sven Nykvist, I know, worked with Tarkovsky. I don't know if he'd left the Soviet Union at that time, or that was a film that he... Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a different conversation. This isn't a film. This isn't a film stream. But yeah, again, all this stuff is just hiding in plain sight, and it's a chance to, I don't know. To me, it's a chance to not just engage with something very interesting, but to see how it shaped things that I'm enjoying today. But all good things must come to an end. So let me try and find somebody to host tonight. I think probably we're going to do Kilgore Trout. He is also a retro streamer. He might actually be wrapping up reasonably soon, so I'll probably just let that raid button soon. But he's playing The Elder Scrolls Arena, which is actually a game I really enjoyed. I played for the first time, I guess I started a couple years ago. I just finished Oblivion, actually, which was also incredibly enjoyable. But Kilgore Trout is actually a member of the GOG stream team. It's how I found him. I figure if you all like retro stuff, he is probably a solid candidate to check out. So thank you, everybody, for sharing this game with me. I hope to see you again. And if not, I hope you have a wonderful evening. And if nothing else, that Kilgore Trout will take you through the rest of your time on Twitch. Have a lovely evening.